Look at a letter A, it means a. That doesn't actually like equate to what we're talking about. Like, so if we're saying that men created God,
When I
what
talk about when I talk
how
about man, I
do
think I talk about human beings, not man, like human beings, like man and female.
sure, I promise you I'm with you.
Okay.
So did we also create these other beings or do they exist beyond God? Who created these other beings? Who named these other beings? Where'd they come from?
They come from different realms. I'm not really sure on that because I still need to understand that more. But
How would you gain understanding on the other realms?
deep meditation.
Wouldn't that also be created by you then?
Yeah.
So those are also created by man?
Mm, I would not say
What I'm trying to
created,
figure
but
out
we would tap into that realm.
what I'm trying to figure out is what when you're doing your meditations and you're receiving your information, what sources have authority for you? Your own
Authority.
mind? Because you are believing some things that you are receiving, whether that's through reading, through the agreeance of other people reading these books or sharing this information, or through meditation, which is something you're creating in your own mind. So, what has more authority?
What you put your belief in.
So, you are the ultimate authority.
No, because I know at any point I could probably just drop dead if I claimed myself to be that authority.
What?
Um,
What?
so, okay, okay, I'm trying. Okay, all right. If the gods exist within you, if they are found within you through meditation, how do you distinguish them and their existence from your own psychology? Your own brain thinks. How do you differentiate?
Um, how I differentiate if I feel the feeling is true. Like you'll feel it, like a burning sensation into your chest.
So if I feel something that is completely
Recommend
different,
seeking medical intervention if that happens. But go
please.
ahead, Raccoon.
That could be GERD. That could be you could have eaten something real spicy tonight. But like if okay, so if I believe in gods that are different from the gods you believe in, and my belief is also founded in my own meditation, and my creation stories are completely different from yours. If I say your demiurges and your whatever the hell you've come up with, saying this is how the universe makes sense to you is completely different from how the universe makes sense to me. How do we determine what is true?
Mm, you seek it within yourself,
So
if that makes sense.
is
So
what
like
is
it's what
true
my
is
apologies.
that's okay. That's okay. Is what is true within you and what is true within me? Does either one of those hold any importance to the grand scheme of things?
No, because at the end of the day, I'm respecting you and what your beliefs are, and you're respecting me and what my beliefs are.
So why believe at all?
Mm. Can you break that down for me?
So, if you're saying that you believe in this, that, the other, the nature of the gods, this and that, the structure of the universe is how you've seen it, how you've imagined it, how you've meditated on it, and this is the entire framework that you can play out. And I say, nay, nay. The entire framework of the universe is how I have meditated, and this is how it plays out for me. And you say, that's cool, that's cool. Anyway, I'm gonna believe what I believe. Does belief even matter?
Mm,
Aside from our own experience in the world, aside from the way that you carry yourself throughout the world, does belief even matter?
yeah, because this is a driving force for all of us.
How do we know? How do we know that?
So let's say I were to pick you up. Let's say magically I was able to pick you up, throw you in the middle of the wilderness, right? And you freak out, you have no survival skills. What are you going to do?
Okay. What does that have to do with belief and how it matters?
Because you're going to have to figure out your way to get out of that situation. You got to believe in yourself.
Okay. So what does that have to do with spiritual belief?
It's good. It's good to have some type of belief system, because usually when people come down to a very low point in their lives, they like to have some sort of belief system, from atheism to Satanism.
But that's,
Even
are these belief systems?
yeah, because
What? Okay, so
not believing in a God is also a belief in itself.
Sorry. How is atheism a belief system?
yeah, say you threw me into the wilderness and I was an atheist and I just had to figure out how to survive. What does that have to do with anything? If I don't believe in a God, if I don't seek wisdom from a God, if I'm just like, okay, well, first of all, I'm going to need warmth and shelter. That doesn't have anything to do with a God. So I guess I'm missing the point you're trying to make with this scenario.
The point is, I'm trying to say that we're all gods.
What?
So, okay.
You know he's a Satanist.
Okay, well, okay. So, when you're saying gods, what then to you is the nature of a god?
Being that you have no doubt in your mind that he could fuck shit up.
No, well, okay. I'm not gonna say no. I know I said no. Erase that. Delete that. What is the nature of the god? Because anything, anywhere can fuck shit up. That to me does not speak of God. When you say gods, what do they do? What is their nature? How are they different than any other living thing or anything that you've come across?
Because they're able to manipulate the things around us.
Okay.
In ways that we do not understand.
Like what?
Let's say air, even the water.
Is
someone even able to get into your head in a way that they could be a reflection of yourself without you even knowing it.
Is a therapist a god?
Some people would think a therapist is a god on how they know they have a good understanding of the brain, of psychology.
Okay, so help me understand. What is the distinction between having a skill in an area and being a god of an area?
You have mastered the craft. You have no doubts in your abilities. And if someone tries to prove you wrong, you're able.
I guess what is the difference between a god and a master then? Like, what is a god? Why even have the word gods if it just means a master? If it just means you're good at a thing, if it just means you hold a certain aspect or a certain quality, or you can even work with a certain force. A weatherman, is that a god? You know what I mean? Like, what is a god, and not just a human being? Or an animal that's evolved exceptionally well to the environment that it's in. What's the difference? Where's the distinction?
The difference is the person doesn't make the mistake when the person does, and the other people try to find flaws.
That's disgusting. Could mute or something instead of burping directly in the microphone.
My apologies, man. I'm sorry. I'm such a...
Just a reminder to everybody, there's a poll in the upper left-hand corner, but not to just stop Raccoon in her tracks. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Let's get back into this.
Again, like, how do we distinguish a god between human psychology or just biology outside of humanity? Like, how do we distinguish a god?
Man, you're very matter-based. You're, I like it, though. I like it.
Do you?
I do. Yeah, because it's good to have a challenge, because if we don't have any challenges, where's the growth? And there's no growth, then there's stagnation.
Most people don't like me, so that's good. But, like, where is the distinguishing line?
I think before I burped and assaulted our host right here, I said they have no. They're able to execute things perfectly without any flaws.
So
And then
God's
with the master, they're very good at their craft, but people will find the littlest misstep, even if it's just an inch.
so you say gods are flawless,
Yes.
but you also say that you believe in the Hellenic and the Kemetic
Mhm.
pantheons.
I'm a very dualist person.
So okay, and I fuck with that. Would you say that those gods are flawless?
Mm, they're flawless, but they are flawed on their the way they execute things
How can they be flawless and flawed?
because they're able to die. Someone got
That's a
paid.
matter of mortality. That's not really a matter of their nature. So when they're flawless, being mortal isn't a flaw by really.
Nah, not
But
really.
by their nature, you're saying that they can't fuck up.
No, we can't fuck up either.
So again, what's the difference?
The difference is people will put a limitation on themselves, while these beings don't.
So if I'm a narcissist and I think I can do no wrong, am I a god without flaw?
Do you believe in sin?
No.
Then you are flawless.
What?
Well, if you don't believe in sin, then you can't offend God because you are God. So therefore, you're sinless.
So a narcissist acting out violently, doing whatever the hell they want to, causing harm to nameless and innumerous people, like that's a god without flaw?
Until that gets corrected, though. There's a way. It's a funny way how that thing works because
And
throughout
then we're
history,
not a
there's been
god anymore?
corrections.
Like if we're corrected, we're not a god anymore?
Yes, you get pretty much like how do I explain it?
Temporarily demoted.
No
Yes,
further
basically.
questions, Your Honor. This is wild behavior.
Godfia, I hope that you keep asking questions and maybe consider the possibility that you could be wrong. Although it seems that if you don't believe that you could be wrong in your beliefs, then you can't be wrong because you can't offend. I don't know. It sounds like you just make it up to make yourself happy. Either way, I
No,
hope that
I'm
you keep asking
actually.
questions.
I read the Holy Quran, the Holy Bible, the Hermeticum, the Corpus Amiculum, the Golden Tablets. I tapped in all
You
religions,
read
man.
the Golden Tablet.
What did what did you learn from the golden tablets? What did you get?
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit a point.
Oh, sorry. I was like,
Just making
Joseph
shit up.
Smith? Is that wait, was that the golden tablets? I thought that was.
No, he's
Who's the golden tablets? Where's that
the
from?
Golden Tablets is Joseph Smith.
Yeah,
I think he meant the
I thought that was a
Emerald
Marmon
Tablets,
thing.
but he would have been lying because those don't exist.
Dang. You know what? Allegedly. The Marmons say they do.
Unless he read the translation in the fictional book from the 1960s, I think.
Allegedly fictional.
Yeah,
Everybody in the
Golden
comments,
Tablets are
the Mormons. Thanks, guys.
He read Joseph's Golden Tablets. Free thinker, did you mean to request up? Hey, free thinker, did you mean to request up? I'm gonna bet not. You can, of course, request again if you did. Let's see who else is in the queue. Yeah, no worries, free thinker. We have a few other ghosts in the queue I'll knock out. We'll see if any of them actually exist. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, Well, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not here to burgle your gods or tear you apart or make you look like a fool. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? He read the fictional book of the Emerald Tablets, I think is what he's saying in the comments now. Hello, Martha. How are you doing?
Good morning, my friend. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to request up. I was just typing
I'm
away.
glad you're here. I'm glad you're here for even a moment so I can say Happy New Year to you.
And Happy New Year to all of you as well.
We love you, Martha.
And I love you all very much, and you've been wonderful for me. And I'm going to continue listening. So have a great night.
Thank you, Martha. You too. Take care.
Bye.
W's for Martha in the chat. Good to hear from her. Let's see who else we've got in queue. This one was very vocal about how I was a coward for not letting them up. And now they're not there anymore.
How unexpected.
I know. It's almost like they demand everything revolve around them in that moment, and if it doesn't, then somehow it's cowardice or a slight against them. But he moved on. He didn't want to talk to us. But maybe the next ghost in the queue is a little less spectral. Okay, maybe they're
Nigger,
still a
nigger, God is good.
fictional
Nigger, shut your bitch.
Wow,
Not
look
an
at
8-year-old.
God is good. God is
Oh
good.
my
You're
goodness.
Forever banned. Ridiculous.
How does an 8-year-old have access to a phone? That's what I want to
In
know.
between those things, he said, God is good. That is what
Well,
Christians are teaching their children.
I mean, it tracks. It's not just the 8-year-olds that are grouping all of those things together, TBH. Sorry, that was controversial. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But if you're older than 18 and you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. But I do want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I notice the queue often fills up with people who've watched for less than a few minutes, but I think this guest has actually watched for a little while. So if you meant to request up, give him a moment to load in. Hello, Melindo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Melindo, did you mean to join us? Maybe he didn't. That's all right. We'll set you back down. If you did mean to join, of course, you're welcome to request backup. Hello, Tamina. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I grew up in one, but I am questioning it.
You grew up in a religion,
Mm-hmm.
and you're questioning that religion.
Oh, yeah.
Which religion is it?
So I grew up a Mormon. I don't know if you've heard of it.
You said you grew up a Mormon?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you were Mormon, and now you're questioning that.
Well, I am, I guess. Like, it's not easy to kind of get, like, your records out of it. Unless, like, kind of make an effort to, but I kind of haven't. But yeah, of course. Lots of questions, I guess, as are all religions.
What is something that you question about your religion?
So a lot of the practices are like the Freemasons. And I'm just like, is that like, surely there's like some originality of something was like, right, because they preach like, this is a true gospel and all of that. And then I'm like, but you pick up things from the Freemasons, and I just don't understand that. Also,
Getting very quiet, Tamina. Sorry, it's getting.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. But you're saying that you question things about them picking up things from the Freemasons because they borrowed rituals and handshakes and things like that.
Yeah. So my understanding, so I question it. Okay, this is just internal dialogue. So I question it, and then I'm like, okay, so they have the Book of Mormon, right? And which is like, it's claimed to be a whole, like, another bridge of a Bible, like, that was found. And then I was like, maybe they tried to, like, create, like, a structure with this knowledge, and then, like, came from the Freemasonry. But I'm still like, it's just sounding kind of not right. Like, not, like, pathetic. Like, I don't know. So I'm just in limbo at the moment. So I'm like, what the fuck? That's
Do you believe
my question.
Do you believe that the God that you were taught to believe in is there?
I know that there is something there, of course, yes. Something.
When you say you know there's something there, what does that mean?
Because I feel like there have been way too many instances where, like, there are coincidences, I guess, but there has been far too many that I have seen in my life to be like, okay, this can't have just been, like, transpired from something that I've created. Like, there has to be something outside of me that is good. I don't know. Because I don't think luck comes around so much. Like, oh, yeah, I don't know. Just my thoughts. I'm not here to, like, just discuss my thinking, because I'm like, can someone have maybe a bit of input?
Well,
like, I want to
Tamina,
learn from
so-
someone too.
Right, but you see, what we're doing here is seeing if people with a belief can question their beliefs.
Ah, okay.
And kind of walking them through some questions, seeing what their questions are and how they react to different ones. You have a belief that there's something there, something that created. Is that what it is? Is it a creator?
I think, like, creates, so, like, not like it doesn't necessarily, like, I feel like something okay, so I feel like it could also be like us creating something, if that makes sense.
Us creating something.
Yeah.
What do you
Tell
mean
me
by
if
that?
I'm not making sense, because
Not quite making sense.
okay.
What does it mean?
Okay. So like, because I also know, like, if you were to, like energy and stuff like that. So I feel like we can manipulate energy. So I think like
What is
there is
energy?
definitely something creating, and it's not just like the creator. It's like constantly creates. Does that make
You
sense?
think there's something constantly creating, like right
Yeah.
now, creating.
So when everyone's like the creator, it makes me think of like a beginning, like, you know what I mean? And I don't feel like, I feel like things just
don't think
kind
they-
of transform in a
I see.
sense, maybe.
So not like there's a beginning, not like something made something happen, but like something is always making things happen.
Yeah, in a sense. Am I making sense? I'm not sure.
Kind of. So your
Okay.
God is not a God of the beginning, a creator that started. It's a creator in the way that it is always changing things and making things happen. At least
Yeah.
that's how you see it.
Yeah, at the moment, that's how I see it. Like, if there was a beginning, then they would have had to have a beginning themselves, right? Does that make sense?
So you're saying because he would have to have a beginning if he
Yeah.
being the
A creator.
pronoun I
Like,
shouldn't have
if that-
used, yeah.
Yeah.
So a creator would have to have a beginning.
Yeah.
And to keep you from having to worry about it having a beginning, you simply think of it as always existing and always creating, always changing.
Yeah. And I'm
like
not
a
sure.
process.
Yeah. And I'm, to be honest, at this stage, I'm not quite sure if, like, it's something outside of us or if we inside of us have, like, something to be able to manipulate energy into creating.
So
If
that's
that makes
where,
sense.
yeah, I'm with you, or at least I understand you on
Okay,
the,
thank you. Yeah, okay.
right, I understand you on
That's
the
good
idea
enough.
that you have basically an infinite God of process, just a God that has always been there and is always changing things. I have
Yeah.
questions about it, of course, but now you're also adding that you think maybe we could somehow manipulate that process through
Yeah.
something you called energy. So what is it that you mean by energy?
Okay, so in a sense, I think everything comes from energy. I could tell me if I'm like going way off, but
Well, already everything comes from energy. What do you mean by that?
yeah. So like, I just think because okay, so let's say there was a god and he created something. I feel like the process of creation comes from energy. Does that make sense? I could be wrong, but like that's how I kind of think of it.
You're saying your process creates energy.
So I
I'm
think
still not sure what the energy is.
Okay. So I feel like energy creates things. Does that make
Energy
sense?
creates things.
Yeah.
But what is energy?
It is exactly what is energy. I just think it's just continuously existing.
But what is it?
I like define energy or like have
Yeah.
different words for
How
energy.
How would you define energy?
Okay. I don't think I can like name it because I think it's a verb. Like, it's just like a constant
verb.
thing. Yeah. So I don't.
I energied this morning before I energied
So
again.
you ran?
It's not sounding
Or you
right.
drank?
Doesn't sound.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, as soon as I said it, no, it sounded really bad, like I was using a euphemism.
Sorry. There's more people listening. Oh, God. Yeah. Does it make sense, though? I don't know.
Well, like, to narrow it down, sorry, not to interject.
Go ahead, Raccoon.
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
So when you walk into a space, what about the space makes you feel like a space has energy? Just to try to narrow it down.
Okay.
Have you ever felt like a space has energy?
Oh, yes.
What does it mean in that context?
I feel like I don't have the words to describe what I'm like.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna give you a couple examples, and maybe. So when you walk into a space and it has energy, is that based on how you feel about the space?
Oh, I mean, like, okay, so growing up, that's probably something how I would describe it, is like the feeling of the space. But then I studied, and then there's actual, like, it's not like data, but like research to prove that in a space of nothing, there's always like a frequency of energy in the room. Like,
But in practical application, when we're talking about energy, if a room has energy, what are we talking about? Is it typically how we feel in response to? Not to be leading. That's leading as fuck, I'm sorry.
okay. I guess.
Or if you come across me and you're like, she has aggressive or something energy, right?
Yeah.
What does energy mean in that context?
Like, you can just feel it. Or,
Right. So it could be how you feel about
or even like,
however I'm presenting, that could be how you feel about my presentation, right? How you're receiving it.
yeah, and or also like harnessing. Like, I don't think it's just like
Sure.
yeah.
I'm not going to deny that at all. When you're saying your energy is something, what are you talking about? When you're like, my energy's low, what does that typically mean? Just to narrow it down.
Okay, so I speak in maybe like a aura. I don't think that's the right word, but like, because I speak like another language, and I have a word for it in that language. But in English, I think like it's kind of like aura, kind of not. It's like a word that's like being. Like, I can't name it.
Can we, I guess for this context, and maybe this is lacking in nuance and depth, but for this context, just to simplify, could energy perchance mean how we are feeling, how our mood is, or how we're receiving something? How it makes us feel?
That's an aspect.
Okay.
I think it's much more than that, but yeah, I wouldn't know how to kind of grasp it all in one word that as I could in like the other language. Yeah. So I speak Maori. It's like
I knew it. My best friend growing up was Maori. Sorry.
yeah. So we usually say a word that it's like Maori, but I don't know how to describe that in English. So it's like aura or like feeling or like I don't know. Yeah. or like even grabbing it, you can grab it, like you can grab Modi, or you can feel the Modi of someone, or you can harness the Modi. Like I can feel a Modi of a person, or I can also have my own Modi, or I like the mountains have Modi. Like I don't know how to describe that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. You know, I just got to say, you really need to be so self-aware and so, I don't know, like really, what is it? Like have what do you call it? Like control to be able to facilitate these discussions.
You're
Like,
doing
well
very
done.
well. Oh, you meant us.
Yes, your panel.
You're doing great, though. Does it matter to you if there is this God energy? Does it matter if it's real?
Yeah, it does.
How can you verify that it's real?
Because I think that's the process of creation, and to
Can you tell me what is created?
It could be the feeling of your home, or it could be the quality of relationships, or it could be the quality
So the
of
way things feel.
or no, like it could be physical too. Like so
Can you give me an example of something physical?
like like nature. So if you're like growing something, you know, there's got to be
being created.
Let's say I'm growing a grapevine, and like
Is the grapevine being created?
Oh, it's like growing. It's creating itself.
So it's not. Is it creating, or is it? Is that what you call something growing? Is creation?
I think the environment. That's why I think like energy is important, because the environment that surrounds whatever is being created is pretty much like what shows up in your world. Yeah. So if I gave shit energy to this grapevine, I get a shit vine. Yeah?
Wait, what?
And I don't want shittiness in my life. So the energy I guess I creates the world I am in.
I'm gonna ask you in a slightly different, more straightforward way.
Yes.
And I mean
please.
no offense. What the fuck is creation?
Okay. It's everything. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm answering bad now. So
You're
doing so good. I love having you on the panel. You're wonderful.
If you're up for it, I think Raccoon has a few more questions, but I love I don't knows, and those are great answers. So go ahead, Raccoon.
Okay, creation.
No, I just adore you. I love the way that you are looking at all of this. I think it's very refreshing. I think it's great stuff. I do have questions, and I'm sorry if they get tough. So I'm going to lay it out beforehand. So you said that you're currently Mormon, that you're kind of feeling a lot of hesitation around the originality of these beliefs? Where's the true gospel? Because you're feeling like
Yeah.
there's ties to other things. You've got your Book of
Processes,
Mormon, and you're like, okay, well, there's other things that I'm not sure about the connection to. So here's where my line of questioning is going to go, and I apologize in advance if this is weird, right?
No.
Like, you're Maori, and I knew that you were Maori from the moment you started speaking. Just because of my best friend. So, like,
Yeah.
how have you explored the Maori, like, creation and cosmos?
Yes.
So what is missing in your current belief system?
You mean like Mormon or the Maori? Because they are.
Mormon belief system, because you're not buying into the Maori belief system.
I feel like I live in both, really. That's probably a confusion, but
No, that's okay. Actually, that makes total sense, but we'll explore it a little bit.
okay. So what's currently missing from my Maori?
No, not Maori, Mormon.
Oh, from my Mormon. Okay. I just think the processes and stuff is like, I just feel like there's like set processes, but I feel like I can find things outside of those processes, you know what I mean? Like fulfillment. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Oh, yeah. Like, I've come to, like, I mean, I'm 20. It took me, like, my whole years or, like, anyway, but it's okay, yeah.
Is it okay for you or okay for your belief system?
It's okay for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I do wonder, like, when you're seeing that there are ties to other belief systems, bridges to other belief systems, and that you're wondering where the original gospel comes from, if you were to find that there was no original gospel and it may have been borrowed from others, how would that change your view of your current belief system?
Okay, so maybe 2 years ago, when I started questioning, it was horrible for me. Like, I felt like I had, like, there was no purpose or, like, you know? So I think because I've lived with it for a whole 2 years, I've kind of, it's easier than before, but man, it was hard. I feel like the main was like, then what the hell, like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like, you know, like, why am I having to, like, it goes deep. I was like, why am I participating in the system? Like, why?
Did you ever answer that question for yourself?
Pardon?
Did you ever answer that question for yourself? Why are you participating in this system?
Oh, I was thinking like life system.
Any system that you are identifying with,
okay,
I think that question is valid and applicable.
Yeah, no, so I'm thinking, okay, so when it comes to just the economy, I'm like, okay, so since spirituality is getting kind of fucked up at the moment, I have to like focus on like what I'm doing right now.
Right.
And honestly, I'm just like, I'm forced. Like, I mean, there's work.
How forced?
I mean, there's benefits, but I also, just like religion, I think I can find happiness like outside of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's money, you know, but I also, because I'm Māori, I know how to live like with no money. So,
right. But you also know what it looks like to kind of go along with things being forced and to lose a piece of yourself.
Yeah.
So I wonder, what that looks like as you're navigating these things and reconciling these things. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how does that look? How does that feel?
It feels fucked up.
Why? Like, I understand why, but if you could explain why for you in your experience.
Yeah. Um.
If you want to, by the way, all
No.
of this
Yeah.
is totally
Um.
by your consent, right?
No. Yeah. No. I'm just trying to find words. I feel forced a lot. I'm always like, why the fuck am I doing this? Like
Right.
anything, really. It's just bullshit. But
Kind of, do you feel almost coerced by the societal
oh
repercussions?
yeah, for sure. Like, um, but I'm also stubborn, and it's not really good. But
No, it can be. It can be. That's all right.
um, I mean, it saved me a lot of money.
Hey.
Because I'm not like conforming to like, like holidays. But
Right.
but honestly, so I have a child, and I feel like this is the only reason I am really trying to figure this shit out. Like, why I'm participating in a lot of things.
I
Like,
love that though. Whatever catalyst it takes. I mean, I love questioning and exploring this.
yeah, so my child has made me feel like I had a reason to participate in bullshit.
Mm.
But and also like just I think I want my child to like not have but know things like, yeah, like I really need to like be like, okay, so genealogy, like I need to
Mm.
find something for my child to like grasp and be like, this is why we're living, like, because I'm like, what the fuck? Why are we? Yeah, but
Do you feel like that? Do you feel like that structure?
what's that?
What are you seeking ultimately with the genealogy and with the purpose? What are you seeking? Because like you can have purpose outside of religion.
Yeah,
So
I I guess I don't think this is the right word, but it's kind of going like succession in a way, like some sort of like goal or something, you know?
do you
Is,
think that the structure provided by the Mormon Church
mm-hmm.
is
Is what? Sorry.
the structure provided by the Mormon Church, like as you're looking for some way to guide your child and have them create purpose in their life, do you think the
Yeah.
structure of the Mormon Church is beneficial to that?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So I think like things like she can learn from it. Like there's like they do public speaking, and they do like there are set values, I guess, that I think are beneficial to, like perform okay in society, the way it's set up at the moment. So honestly, at the moment, I'm going to church because of that, because I know that she will get some sort, like some good learnings from it.
Have you ever gone to like a Maori gathering and
Yes.
like okay, do you feel like there is something missing in
No.
the Maori belief system that your child could benefit from participating in the Mormon belief system?
Yeah.
And
Oh, nothing missing. To be honest, I feel more fulfillment participating in like the Maori things.
What then would keep you adhering to Mormon
Yeah.
groups and structure and control when the Maori structure and belief system could offer the same things?
Yeah. So the Mormon church, I think, benefits economy and how it's set up today. So a lot of the things Mormon practice, which is not even associated with money, like she won't learn that stuff there if she goes out into the world. Like, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because it's two totally different worlds, to be honest.
Hmm.
But I guess church systems kind of, you learn stuff like that support school systems, like you learn stuff that support the working force, like, you know what I mean?
Capitalism. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I guess, okay. So I guess my question would be, is your confidence in Mormonism
Mm-hmm.
rooted more in truth, which you're exploring and questioning currently, or in the identity of that? Like the identity and the meaning of that identity, the community that it gives you?
Honestly, I just think, like, to be honest, it does benefit my children in a sense if they like leave me and go into the world. It gives them good morals, good things to stand on while they're exploring that world more than spiritual.
Is there any other way they could gain those morals or the structure that you're looking for, the guides, without
Yeah,
the Mormon Church?
I feel like for sure. Like, I just myself can only teach from what I know to my child. Does that make sense?
It does
So
make sense.
I won't know how to go out and get the resources that just going to church can just like give you for that day, weekly, you know?
Well, like, if they came to you with the same questions that I'm coming to you with, like,
Mm-hmm.
why do we follow this church? And you're not entirely sure,
Yeah.
what kind of stability do you think that that provides?
Um, because like it's not like stable at all, like at all. But I'm fortunate enough to like also have that other world, which kind of fills it up. Like if I am to use both of them, so I'm getting my spiritual side kind of tapped into
Mm,
for my Māori, and
mhm.
then I'm also learning like this is how capitalism works when I go to church.
Should we buy in though? Should we buy in?
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean, we
so,
might.
I don't know.
But like,
Uh,
so
yeah.
do you, I guess with these two frameworks and how they
Yeah.
interact in your life and your children's lives,
Mm.
what do you feel overlaps? Do you feel like
Hmm.
either one of them overlap in any way?
Yeah. Both of like I kind of put them hand in hand.
Do you feel like there's any tension or any
Oh
conflict between the
yeah.
two? And what would those be?
Oh no, I get like questions from my Maori side all the time, like, why are you there? Like, which is valid, but or even like church and being like, you can't get these Maori designs tattooed on you because tattoos aren't good. Like,
Boo.
just just stuff like that.
How do
I
you
get
feel
it all
about
the
that?
time. Um, I think I'm open enough to be like, yeah, you're valid. Like, that was a good question, and I'm okay having not all the answers. Like, but
So when
yeah.
it conflicts with your Maori beliefs, like
Mm-hmm.
which one has more authority for you?
It's interesting question because it'll be different to my sibling. Okay, so I connect a lot more with my Māori side. Because just in the sense that there is a lot of judgment that can stop progress on my Mormon side. So, but then Māori, they don't really judge at all. It's kind of like communal. So, yeah, it's like how you're feeling must be how I'm feeling. So let's lift each other up. Like, does that make sense? With my Mormon side, I get a lot of impression like, okay, I think just the word like unworthiness, which is totally valid, like in Mormonism, but I feel like that can really stop progress in like someone's Modi. This is where energy comes from. So so when they feel unworthy, I guess subconsciously they could like create a world that it's not very good for them, even though they can.
What about the Maori belief system? Do you feel it is lacking in the way that you seek out the Mormon system to fill those gaps? What is lacking in the Maori belief system?
I think structure after death. So we know Māori, we're like heavily spiritual. We feel like our family just like go from this world into the spirit world and they're there. But what Mormon brings me is a bit of structure after death. Like, and then they're like, why? Yeah.
So like the Māori have a very strong idea of what comes next. So is it possible that your tie to the Christian afterlife may be fear or judgment based?
Yeah, definitely fear, because like when I don't know things, it makes me uneasy.
If you neglected the Mormon spiritual belief system, what do you think that your afterlife would look like?
I don't know, to be honest. I'll probably be like visiting my family that are alive. Like to help.
Haunting our loved
ones after. Like being like, it's a wrong move, girl. Being like, try to scare them away from like dangerous people.
Do you hate that though? Like, is that not a worthy afterlife? And that's not even the complete
that's a good
picture of the afterlife. Like, but like, I wonder what it is that draws you to Mormonism when you have a full and whole spiritual system.
Yeah, that's valid.
In Maori belief that like, I just wonder where the gaps are. What draws you to Mormonism? Is it, I don't know. I'm not going to try to lead that question.
No, that's good. I think it comes from because they did it. Like, okay, so Māori as well as Mormon are really heavily family orientated.
True.
So I honor my Mormon side, like my parents raised me in it, like, but because of my own nanas and they also like lived like the Māori and the Mormon. So I'm like, well, at the end of the day, like all the questions get asked, why are you in this? We're Māori, why you do this? Or we're Mormon, Māori. Like my answer is because my nanas did this. So like
Nanas,
that's literally my answer.
How far back? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you asking me how far back?
Yeah.
Okay, so 5 generations.
So before then, there are all these generations upon generations that didn't require this belief system, that was brought into the system, that they were told to believe this. Their belief systems and their language was stamped out. Like,
Yep, you're right.
I do wonder when you are no longer required to believe the thing in order to live,
Yeah.
and you can have whatever belief system you want, and you do have access to a belief system that is whole,
Yeah.
like, what may be missing? Is it simply that, let me reframe this. Does the cultural tie to Mormonism hold you back from embracing Maori belief systems?
Yeah. It is.
Why?
Good question.
What will happen?
In Mormon, we are told, like, being Mormon, we are told that we will get, like, it's a sin. Okay, I'm mostly talking about our marks on our bodies, like our tattoos.
Mm.
So that I don't have a tattoo, and I will never have a tattoo. But I think that's like heavily influenced because I'm Mormon. Yeah, pretty much. So like, I would never do that, even though it's a huge ceremony, huge thing for us. So yeah, I'm not fully embracing Māori, I guess, because I am Mormon. And I do that because, heck, why? I don't know.
I think that's a good place to sit and to wonder. Like, when you have access to these things, but you just choose not to, I think that wondering why
Yeah.
is a really good place to start.
Yeah, that is.
Like, when you're embracing a piece of your culture that was erased, honestly, like, or they tried to erase it, but it was never dead, right?
Yeah.
I think wondering why you hold on to the party that erased it or tried to stamp it out, why they did, what their motivations were, I think that's a powerful place to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think holding on to that and wondering why. I loved where you came into the live. I was excited from the beginning. You know, like wondering where the entire belief system began, where the bridge to this and that, why that existed, where the originality was, the true gospel was. I think those are all very important things, and I think that tying that to your cultural belief as well, and why that was stamped out, and why you will never, or you're saying you will never at this point, is also super important. So
Yeah.
I mean that's all my questions. I really appreciate you diving into this with me. I really do.
Well, this is good. Thank you.
You've been
Helping me
amazing,
with that.
Tanina.
Thanks.
I have maybe one more question.
Okay.
Well, maybe a pair. We'll see. Does it matter to you if the prophecies of Joseph Smith are true or not?
Yeah, out of fear.
Out of fear?
Yeah, because he's saying there's a second coming, and I need to be at a certain mind state, a spiritual level, by the time that comes. So I feel like it's like, I don't know if it's going to happen, but if it does, like, shit, I need to get my shit together. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read the books that he wrote?
Yes.
The Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, the Doctrine and Covenants.
Yeah.
And
Lots
you
of
believe
questions.
I know you're questioning things, but do you believe those books?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually do. Like, okay, so the Book of Mormon, I believe in that. I haven't really well, only because I actively sat down and they you pray about it and then I guess a feeling, but also these stories. I can't think of who would. Oh, I guess stories are made up every day, but yeah, I don't
Could
know.
the stories of the Book of Mormon be made up?
I mean, there's a possibility because I don't see when they were created. Do you know what I mean? This is all faith based. So, but yeah, there's a possibility, but I feel like I have a sense that it is because I'm a big journal gal, and I'm that's sounding like a solid journal, good stories of people and their lives. Yeah.
Okay.
The Book of Mormon itself.
The Book of Mormon, yeah.
Yeah. The Pearl of Great Price and
You're familiar with that book and all the stories in it.
yeah,
The
most of
stories
the
in the Book of
stories.
Mormon.
Yeah, a lot of the stories. Not all of them. I can't forget. So a lot of stories.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about a particular passage in the Book of Mormon.
Okay. I'll try it. Hopefully I know what you're talking about.
Do you have your Book of Mormon handy?
I did.
Will you have to leave the app to read it?
I will.
It's okay. I can read it. I can read it. You can check up later, though, to be sure. It'll be in 2nd Nephi, this passage that I want to ask you about.
Okay.
I'm going to read this, okay? And then when I'm done, I'll have a few questions about it. I tend to pick and it really doesn't matter where I start, but I'm going to go ahead and start at I think 21. Okay, because we can look in context later if you want to. And he had caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, that they had become like unto flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. Thus saith the Lord, I will cause that they shall be loathsome unto thy people, save they shall repent of their iniquities, and cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed, for they shall be cursed even with the same cursing. And the Lord spake it, and it was done. And because of their cursing which was upon them, they did become an idle people, full of mischief and subtlety, and did seek in the wilderness for beasts of prey.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with this part of the story?
I'm not sure which story that it's in, but
So
yeah,
it's in
I've read
2nd
that for
Nephi.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
just
in
trying to think
2nd
of the
Nephi.
context.
And Nephi's telling us about the cursing of the Lamanites.
Okay. Oh yes, no, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So is this about
the curse is that they shall be that a skin of blackness will come upon them, so that they will be loathsome unto my people.
Mm-hmm. So he literally said skin, right?
It says skin.
Yeah. I always just like thought of that as like a countenance.
What do you mean by countenance?
Here's Modi again. I can't explain it. But that does say skin, so I know like you can't take away the fact that he meant like literal skin in that scripture, if that's what you're referring to. I don't know why, but I always thought of it as like a countenance. But maybe that could just be me making it easy to accept. But yeah, that definitely says skin. But my understanding was, yeah,
It's honest of you to think that it could just be making it easier for you to accept. That was an honest thought.
Oh well, yeah, because that even like the history with like the skin colors and stuff, like it's not a nice history. So I'm not like invalidating that. But yeah, that I always thought countenance because it just made sense in my head also, because it's like
It says skin of blackness, and it says that will make them loathsome, so that they won't be enticing unto my people.
Yeah.
And that not only does it say that the skin of blackness will make them loathsome, but then it goes on to say that anyone who mixes with them will also be cursed with the same cursing. So their skin will be black too. And then it even goes on to say there'll be an idle people full of mischief and subtlety. So lazy.
Yeah. Do I kind of like, because my countenance thing sitting on that still made sense in my head. That's kind of why I.
So what does countenance mean to you? What does the word countenance mean?
It's like Modi. It's like an energy that you have, or like, so it could be like, there's like someone could be walking with confidence, or someone could be walking with like pride, like, you know, or it could be someone walking like, well, like with low self-esteem, or like with I guess doubts in oneself because of the choices they make. Like, does that make sense? You see how like one has kind of different energy, countenance sort of thing? Am I making sense? Yeah.
I can almost understand, but it's gonna bring us back to what is energy.
Sorry.
where I'm infinitely asking you what energy is.
Sorry.
Countenance, as I've always heard it defined, was a face. And it may be the face you present yourself, but your face nonetheless.
Because can I do it like
Sure.
comparison? So maybe someone that has made choices in their life that have like they go for their goals, they achieve them, and like stand confidently in themselves, like, or someone as opposed to someone who has kind of lost themselves, or like made bad decisions, or like hard decisions. There's no good or bad decisions, I don't think, but there's harder decisions with harder consequences. And then just like seeing side to side, even if it was the same person with the two different lifestyle changes, they could look totally different.
Is that not classist?
What's that?
Like viewing someone who is in lesser circumstances and assuming that they deserve them somehow?
No. It's, but you can't deny consequences. Like, that's like a law, I guess, in a living sense. Like,
so do you feel that most people that are in like lower class systems or in
is there a law?
No, because people, okay, so like I'm Māori, right? I've seen like the works, like I've seen kind of people living in third world and then living in the city. There are so many happy people living third world. Like the countenance, like it doesn't matter what they have. I think it just depends on how they show up
Are you
for
talking about
themselves.
their mood or their motivation, their overall? I think mood is the one thing that keeps coming back when you're saying countenance.
Does
At least in
energy,
this way.
energy not a word? No. I really need to
I mean,
find
it
a
is a
word for
word.
mood. Like, to describe that you see? Like, I don't know. Yeah, anyway.
Do you ever
I'm
question?
sorry.
Do you ever question the countenance of somebody who is well off?
Oh, for sure.
Makes you question their countenance.
The energy they give off.
If they're not dirty, if they're not lacking in some way, financially or physically, like how do you judge their countenance, their physical appearance?
Yeah, it's not a physical, like it doesn't matter what they're wearing. It doesn't matter how clean they are. Like the countenance can be seen on like the clean and the dirty. And that's why I just can only pinpoint it to like energy or aura that I feel like those are just empty. Like it doesn't say the right word.
So if you're walking in a crowd full of people, are you more or less likely to feel put off by somebody dependent on their physical appearance or by their vibe?
Okay, put off.
Yes.
It depends. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, but it also does depend on the attention you give it. Like, okay, if I was to be put off someone, oh, sorry, you asked the wrong person. I do not get put off with someone simple. I have to like know people. I think there could be individual, because yeah.
That's okay. I just wondered in your like living experience if there is some.
Yeah.
A lot of the times we have experienced this myth of danger around those who are more impoverished or those who are.
I think that doesn't.
Do you think that
This
that
is
has
when
ever played into someone's countenance as you have perceived it, like the societal influence?
Okay, so this is, I think, because I'm bringing in Māori into Mormonism. If I was straight Mormon, like, possibly, but I think my Māori side, that's why I say a lot of the spiritual side, I weigh more on my Māori side. But, like...
So knowing, if I can ask real quick,
Yeah.
sorry.
Personally, I don't put off anyone easy at all, really, unless I like have a conversation or something. It depends on how much attention I give them.
I believe that. I believe that. But also we can acknowledge then, because you did draw the distinction, that there are myths around danger being applicable to those who are less fortunate or even those of different skin colors. And that is supported
for
by
sure.
their lore.
Okay. No, yeah, like that's totally real.
So how do you reconcile? Like, how do you co-sign that?
What was that?
Like, how do you reconcile that? How do you co-sign that? Knowing that that's a part of not just some Mormon cultures, but the leaders of the Mormon Church being
How a lot
like
of them are white.
how a lot of them are racist and homophobic, and knowing that they have paid money to essentially create legislature against people aside from them, saying it's in the Word of God. Like, how do you reconcile that and know that it's not true? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we
I
move
think
around the world knowing that the leaders of the religion we're buying into are acting in those ways?
Yeah. See, personally, it will be different from like talking to some other Mormon, but because of the two worlds I live in, like I just like a human is a human and full of faults, like so. And I mean, like, leaders are just someone that have a lot of responsibility. Like, we are taught to question leaders all the time. So I don't see them as this perfect, like, I have lots of questions for them.
Do you question your prophet?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, who
Why
is
would
he if we
you?
can't question him? You know what I mean? That's not a good
Okay.
leader.
So, what sets apart the prophet from the masses?
In Mormon terms, that is someone called from God.
Okay, so if the person called from God is supporting anti-LGBTQ message.
Yeah. Girl, we have questions for that too. Like,
What does that matter if this is the person from God?
pardon? What was that, sorry?
Raccoon cut out for just a second at the end of her question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
We hear you now.
When the person who has been called into their position by God and is the living mouthpiece of God is saying things that are racist or anti-LGBTQ, like, can you actually question them? Should you, since they are the mouthpiece of God?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because they're not God.
You say for sure, but like they were called into that position because they are the mouthpiece of God, or do you not believe that?
Well, yeah. I also think that my dad or something like has good wisdom and he also has faults. Like, I don't
He's
think
not the
prophet's
prophet of God, though. Your dad is not the prophet of God.
But he's the leader of my home.
Yeah, but that's different, right?
They say
is there
the
any
home.
differentiation?
But the thing is, they say the home, it goes home and then church. Like, they don't force a church above family.
Hierarchy.
Does that make sense?
I mean, yes, there's the leader of the home, which is man, and then there's the leader of the church, and the church's leader's henchmen, which is, again, men and men. And then there's the quorum of the 12, which is all men. And then there's the prophet, which is the direct mouthpiece of God in this living age, and that is the evolution of your current scripture. That is a living, breathing document. This is the word of God. Everything he says is of God. So when the person who is the living, breathing embodiment of God on this earth, or at least the mouthpiece of, the closest you can get to God, is saying that people of different races or people of different sexual orientations are less than, how do you reconcile?
We question them.
You don't.
No, we do.
What does that look like?
How do you question them?
We just ask them. Like, because we see them face to face too. Like, and we also, like, if you're far away, like living in some country that will never see him, I imagine, there is. I don't know the process because I've never had to do it, but there are processes to get to him. Your questions. we're taught that we need to question leaders. Like they're not there. We're not like what do you call it? Like submissive. We gotta use our common sense too.
Have you ever questioned why it seems to be a lot of men in these positions? There's the man of the house, right?
Oh no, yeah, all the time. I question it all the time. Like, mate, like why do we have to get married? Like these are all valid questions.
Okay. So have you had a response?
For myself?
Well, have you ever asked your father, for example?
Oh, okay. So my father's response will be different to mine. But so for me, the one that I take is I'm still learning. Like, because I have my husband, and I'm honestly, like, we clash all the time. I guess good marriages would do that because, like, otherwise you won't grow, right? So we've got to be real honest. And I'm still learning currently. My dad says they protect, and I guess in a sense, like physically, he's a lot stronger than me, so I see that. But like, I also see me protecting in some ways. Like, I'm not. Yeah. So okay. So my standpoint, why I think I just have a lot of give to humans in general, and I think that comes from my communal space, being Māori. But and you can even say like, why do you believe the Mormon church when there's a lot of white men? Like that's kind of the same question. Like I have no idea why the hell they are all white, but like
What's the
real.
answer to that question? What's the answer to that question?
Yeah, it's like are there answers? Like I don't know. That I said I don't know why they're all like their complexions all white.
Have you actually considered that? Or is it just like, that is how it is?
No, I have considered it, for sure.
What
Like,
what conclusion did you come to?
oh, I'm still learning.
That's okay.
Like, no,
So
yeah,
there is
'cause-
no conclusion as of yet. You're still questioning
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, no, everything's a big question mark.
Why do you think that LDS scripture only allows for male priesthood holders?
I don't know the priesthood holder side of it very much at all, to be honest. Like, because there's like Aaronic priesthood, Melchizedek priesthood. Because I felt I'm a girl, I don't have to learn.
This is
much
the
about that.
authority that you are living under. Don't you think you should understand why they get to hold the authority rather than a woman?
I think because I've got a lot on my plate,
That's okay.
I just haven't. Maybe I just don't have. I feel like I feel comfortable just being like, okay, that's your role to learn.
But
And then, yeah, so it could be irresponsible of me.
all right,
But-
it's not okay. All right, here's where I'm going to push back a little bit with you on your own
Yes.
words. Is that you're already feeling uncomfy because of the links to Freemasons, your links to understanding the true gospel, your links to there being tied to another scripture, all of these things that you're already questioning. Men being the only authority in that, I don't entirely know that I'm buying into you being like, that's fine, no questions asked, money, you know?
Okay, so as a woman, we get the priesthood when we work in the temple. So we have
No, you
certain.
don't.
No, we do.
No, you don't.
No, we do. Like in the temple?
You have roles in the temple. You hold no priesthood in the temple.
We do.
You perform temple ordinances. You do not have any role of authority in the temple. Trust me, I know.
Well, I know too, because I went in. And but like I'm saying, with this knowledge that I have, I still have questions. Like, that's what I'm saying. So the priest, okay, so there is the priesthood overall. The men perform their part of the priesthood, and then the women perform their part of the priesthood too. That's what I'm saying. I haven't really
What
delved,
is the woman's
because
part?
there is a lot. We
Sorry, I
learn it.
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's a good question. So there is a lot of things, like, because ordinances in the temple we can perform with the, like, as under, like, having the priesthood in the temple. Does that make sense?
Under the men.
It's called
No,
stewardship.
like,
It's
with
called stewardship.
women. Okay, so as women, we can do stuff with the
Or
priesthood
you
in
mean
the
that you're
temple.
delegated work, that priests give women work to do,
So
that they can perform some duties, but that they're not actually given the title?
yeah, so we are taught that we have a role in, like, Mormonism, and then the men also have their role in the
Like a
Mormonism.
personal
So
assistant.
yeah, so that's where I'm
So you
saying,
can't
I'm like,
actually
okay,
gain priesthood power. You just, well, I mean, you get the ability to, you said, to perform ordinances. Is that what you said?
yeah,
Or
and also
so
heal.
you get to do things that are like the busy work of priests.
Yeah. My question, okay, I'm going to ask a question back. So okay, so let's say the priesthood, there is no priesthood power, okay? So what is it that the priesthood have that we as women would be missing, that you guys think is such a huge difference in
What
us?
is priesthood?
You know what I mean?
What is priesthood?
It's like power from God.
Power from God.
Mm-hmm. You answered it.
Mm-hmm.
You answered the question right there.
Okay.
So men have power from God, and women are sometimes delegated responsibility.
No, like, we can too.
You can after being told you can.
Let me
I think
ask
that's
you
what
this.
we're getting at.
We just am.
What? Let me ask you this. When you are given the ordinances, blessings, and callings that you receive within the church, what power as a woman do you have?
Everything that the man has.
What authority do you have?
What do you mean? Oh, God's power?
What authority do you have?
God's authority.
Can you, as a woman, perform blessings?
Yes.
No.
No, yeah, we can. And I've had one myself.
Can you lay your hands upon someone
Yeah. And then do the blessing.
without a man present?
Yeah.
With which priesthood power can you do that?
I don't. What do you mean?
Can you administer baptism?
Baptism. No,
Can you perform
that's
sacrament?
not for us. No, that's not for us.
Can you
And to
bring
be honest, thank
can you
goodness.
bring any issues to the priesthood?
You mean,
Do you hold a place in priesthood?
yes.
Oh, so you're a part of the priesthood when they're talking about issues that need to be addressed. There's a woman present.
What issues are you talking about?
Any issues within your church, within your stake, within any of these organizations, you cannot tell me that a woman is ever present in any of the authoritative power holding positions in the church. There's never a woman present. That's just not true.
But that's the thing. It's not a power holding thing.
It is when they are the decision makers. You as a woman can bring a problem to a priesthood holder, and then they can decide what to do with the problem you brought forth. However, there is never going to be a woman present at those councils. Am I incorrect?
I haven't had to do that, so I'm not sure.
Has a woman ever led a congregation?
Yeah, all the time.
By what authority? What position does she hold to lead a congregation or lead a temple ordinance?
What do you mean authority?
Those are not positions offered to women, is what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not trying to be combative with you. I'm just saying that these things are dismissed and maybe unseen because it is always a position held by men. But what it is the men hold the power and the authority. No woman.
Are you talking about keys?
Huh?
Are you talking about keys?
No. I'm talking about in your everyday, regular church services or temple services even.
Yeah, people have keys. Yeah?
People?
Is that what you're talking about? I'm trying to figure out, when you say authority, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Are you talking about who holds the keys?
I'm talking about...
I'm just really trying to understand.
You cut out again, Becca.
Oh, shit.
I'm curious. Do you know why there are certain positions that the women cannot do or have been told they're not allowed to fulfill?
Oh, thank frick there is, because why would women want to do everything? Like, we know we can, but why would we want to?
We would like the choice, right? Whether or not we want to is completely indifferent to whether or not we can. So if someone's telling us we're not allowed, that's saying we cannot.
Do you think maybe because there's other responsibilities to be had that need to be filled?
So why aren't the responsibilities completely shared out? Would that not make it fair?
Oh, it's 100% shared out. If anything, I feel like men hold a lot more responsibilities.
If it's 100% shared out, then why are there positions that only males do and only females do, and they don't intertwine?
Well, I think so. That doesn't exist.
That states that it's not 100% shared out, right? For example, my partner is now cleaning because he's incredible and I'm being lazy talking on this panel. But realistically, when I finish work, I'll clean. He's cooking for me right now. Fantastic. I love him for it. But I can cook too. You know, it's not something that I'm told I have to cook or I'm not allowed to cook. Do you get what I'm saying here? So that is completely splitting things. It's taken in turns. So why is it not the same for your belief? And why do you see that as being okay and fine?
I think I can take that same experience in my home and it's the same. Like, I think my question back is, why does it have to be 100% split? You know what I mean?
I don't think they're saying that it has to be 100% split. What they're asking is why don't both parties get the same power and responsibility, the same treatment? Yeah. Why is there a distinction made between men's power and women's? And why is men's so much greater?
Yeah, but we don't see it as greater.
No?
Like, it's not greater. No, heck no. I feel
If it's
sorry
not
for men.
if it's not greater, then why is it not available to everyone?
Well, maybe because I don't want it to be available to me, to be honest.
What
It's heavy load.
What is the load exactly?
Teacup.
Teacup. We can't hear you when you're off
Oh.
app.
Sorry, I'm
That's all
back. Like, so another analogy, just to make me understand, are you guys trying to tell me, like, the husband duty and the wife duties of the home?
No.
Are you trying to be like, what's the male and the wives,
No.
the girls of the church? Is that what you're
What
trying
I'm
to say?
asking you, because you made a statement that you would not want to hold the keys because the keys are a heavy load. I would like to understand what that load consists of. What is
okay.
their load?
So we do hold keys. That's what I mean.
You don't. Women do not.
No, we do. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you're like the authority, I was like, what authority are you talking about? Are you talking about keys? Because we do hold keys.
Who?
So I'm like, I'm not sure. And it's not necessarily like what's stronger and what's not. It's just like, thank goodness we do this role, because holy crap, the men's role is like, wow.
What is their role?
Like, they do a lot of... So one part, like, they have a bishop, which is great. There is also, like, the counselors, like... And then there is other roles. But to be honest, that's not like a power. It's not power.
What is
it's
the
not
burden?
like it's not like, because I've also seen, okay, so my husband grew up a different religion, and he would like look at the bishop or something as like someone like huge because of their pastor was like someone like huge and well respected. Like, the bishop would be like my first cousin or something. It's like nothing great about him. Huh?
I'm sorry. What is their burden exactly?
No, it's like just a lot of work.
What? What work?
It's not a burden.
What work?
It's like just lots of work. I can't
Like
narrow
what?
it down.
If you all right,
Orchestrating where people go, or you know,
like
what
I
they
just
do.
here's where I struggle. Because the keys are the keys of the priesthood, and a woman cannot hold the priesthood. So the keys do not exist for women, first of all. But also the burden that men carry in the church, I'm still trying to understand really, really hard what burden that is. Why is that hard for them? What are they?
I feel like they work more with people.
What does that mean? What does that look like? How are they suffering? What is their burden?
It's not a burden.
Even if
I did
it's
not
not a
say
burden. Okay, let me rephrase. What is their work? What are they putting their effort towards? These men with the keys.
Community.
And
There's like a lot to do with the community, you know.
so do the
There's
rest.
Like lots of service, which we do also. But men are like expected.
So are we. Next.
Not expected. We can like join if we want, but men are like, you're in this position, go and do it.
Lord.
You know what I mean?
If a woman does not serve her community in any way, what is her value?
Who says that?
Everyone.
No.
Society.
See, that's a societal thing. It's not like just in Mormon church. And like, if that is the culture of the church of whatever place it is, it's like the culture of that city.
Right. So what do men do outside of what women do that is so hard for them?
A lot of physical labor, but also mental labor, because they like are comforting a lot.
What is their mental labor?
Okay, so in New Zealand would be different to like California or Utah. So in New Zealand, it's a lot of physical labor from what I see. There's like a lot of hunting, gathering here. So that's like a lot of physical labor, and then they like share it out to the community.
So
Like-
in New Zealand, the bishopric goes hunting for the community?
Oh yeah, and it's not the whole New Zealand. See, it's specific to the city that you're in.
What does that look like?
Like pig hunting, eeling, fishing, dragging the net.
Everyone benefits from this communal hunting party that the bishopric does. If the bishopric did not go hunting, what would happen?
Well, people would just have to rely on themselves. You know, it's just like, it's a kind of like, I think people will benefit getting more fish in their freezer, or, you know, like it just eases the load of the family.
Could I go in a different direction with the questioning, just to kind of get off of the culture part of it? And hello, hi, sorry. Would it be okay, Raccoon, if I went in a different direction with the questioning?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Unless Raccoon, did you have?
Yeah, Raccoon, I want to wait until you're finished with that line.
I'm putting myself in timeout for the time being.
You're good. Okay. So, hi. I'm also a former member of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. So, hi. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to just kind of go in a different direction, but maybe still in that same line that Raccoon was taking, and think and ask if you've ever thought about what happens to women specifically, with women specifically, after we unalive, after we pass away. What happens in the afterlife if we've done everything right?
Oh, right. I don't even know what happens if we do everything wrong. Like, oh, okay. So just in general, we are with our family again. That's like the big attraction, is like you'll be together with your family in a certain area, and there are other places that you can't, like if you're in another place, you can't actually go to another place that your family's in. So like that's the big fear, you know. Yeah.
The separation.
Yeah, the separation.
Okay, so if a woman does everything right, have you thought about her role and versus what a man's role might be after, if they go to the celestial kingdom?
Oh yeah, I don't know what happens. Oh, I don't know what happens at all. Like you get to create worlds. I know that.
What? So the men are going to be creating. What are the women going to be doing?
Do the women not create? Like, surely they don't make it as beautiful as it is. Surely, come on.
So you're.
What do you mean?
So your thought is that yeah, that's a good question. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
What do you mean by the women get to take part in what makes it beautiful? Is there scriptural evidence for that?
No, this is just observance.
The gospel
I'm
according
just looking
to
around me.
Yeah.
I'm just looking around me, and I'm like, well, if we're doing worlds, like, I think just common sense. I'm like, the male. If it's the same male I am living with, like, if it's the male that I see in my life, like, they will not create every single beautiful thing on this planet. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm sorry if I'm not.
No, you're fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a funny thought, right? Like the men that you know at least aren't very good at the aesthetic design. But is that not who designed this earth that we're in? Who do we believe designed this earth? Or when I say we, you, who do you believe designed this earth?
Jesus.
Okay, is that not a man?
Am I right? Oh, this is a quiz, huh?
Yeah, according to what I learned.
Was I right?
So is
Jesus?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
right. Like I will go down and
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and he like gathered a team? Or
So
is
do
that
you
not
think
right?
that there were women on that team?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Was it not? Sorry, is there like
Um,
scripture that says it's not?
well, I'm wondering because I know that the women do have a role, and so I'm wondering if you know what that role is.
Oh, okay. So there's a specific role for when we die.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if you are aware of one, and if not, then I'm not
Can
gonna.
you tell me? Yeah, can you teach me?
Are you okay, Timena? Like,
Yeah.
I've been cool with you for this whole time, but I feel like now you're getting into like sarcastic, disingenuous, like.
No,
No,
like I genuinely don't know.
I think it's genuine. I think it's a genuine question. So,
Yeah, I'm just learning.
So my understanding is that there's somebody who has to make the spirits, right? Bear the spirits
Okay.
that will inhabit that world. And that it would have to do with the earthly role that we have now becomes the divine role, right? You've talked about the responsibilities of men and the responsibilities of women. The responsibilities of women include what?
Nurturing.
Here on earth.
Nurturing, is it?
Nurturing, okay. Anything else?
I know just nurturing the children is a big one.
What part do women play in making sure that the children get here on earth?
Oh, like birth?
Mm-hmm. And is that part also in heaven? Do we play any part in that in heaven?
I'm not sure. Do we? I'm wondering now.
Yeah.
This is me learning because I haven't.
That's okay. That's fine. That would be something if you wanted to ask around or figure out on your own. I wouldn't want to that's not something that I would want to teach you.
Oh,
I'm not teaching you that.
Yeah.
But I just wondered if you had ever thought about it. So if you've never thought about it, what did you see your role as when you did get to an afterlife? You said creation, but
yeah. I know. See, I haven't. So I know that I'll be with my family, and I know that would have to help create, and I haven't gone.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't put energy to that yet, because I haven't had much energy really, just doing life here at the moment.
Okay, you said that you didn't have energy to think about this, and then you also mentioned that in the other another thing that you said that you didn't have a lot of time to think about this. What takes up your time?
Life in general. Yeah.
Are there any church activities and things like that take up your time?
Not really. So I am with the kids. That's my calling in a sense. I'm with the primary kids and I do music. So we don't really do, it's just everyday things like work. I'm busy with my kids' things. I'm busy with my husband's things. I'm busy with our business, our house expenses, just everything.
And all of that is sort of placed on you to do the household, to keep the house.
It's just a lot. It depends. Finances and stuff, we do together. The children, I do a lot, but if I'm busy with appointments, then he'll pick them up and stuff. It's kind of like a partnership. But I think just society in general to run, to live, is a lot of work. Yeah. Just to have, yeah.
Do you think that the roles that you've been given and the things that you fill your life with keep you from being able to question your beliefs?
I question a lot. I think just specific questions beyond being with my family again and creating, I haven't thought of. Yeah. I don't know if it's energy. I sometimes feel low in energy a lot, actually, because I'm a parent. But just to think of things outside of what I've already thought of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember feeling like, what can I think about if I have children to make sure that they get to school on time? And yeah, so I understand the sentiment. It's not that I'm asking like why you're not. I'm just wondering if that is the reason you're not able to spend much time on it.
Yeah. And I feel like my brain, personally, it just takes a lot out of me to think of things outside of what I like know already, like to create something, if that makes sense.
What time did it take you to create the questions that you came up onto the panel with?
That would have been like my 2 years.
So the other questions that have been presented to you on the panel,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to take the questions that have been presented to you on the panel
Oh, for
and think
sure.
about those, or
Yeah, no, those have been great.
do you feel like you received any answer, line of thought in this exercise?
Oh, we sat on a question that you asked me, and I thought that was really important. About submerging wholly into something and why I don't. So like my Maori side.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was a great question that I have to reflect on. Yeah, because that's true. Like I haven't really submerged into any of them. So, and then it's like, why? Like, I don't know. I feel like I just grab I don't know.
I have,
That was a good
if you're
question.
open to it, I can DM you later some really, really great resources for you.
Yes, please. That'll be honestly so good.
I'm just by my best friend, I'm like super connected with that culture, so I'm happy to send some resources your way.
Thank you. Honestly, I really appreciate that. I love learning. Oh my gosh. And you're doing that for like free to a stranger? Like, you're so nice. Honestly, thank you.
I promise you, I get a lot out of this too. So it's an equal exchange, I promise.
Thank you so much.
Do you leave room for the possibility that that Mormonism or even Christianity are not true?
Yes. That scares me.
Why does it scare you?
a huge... I think because then that would mean my whole growing up, I was a lie. You know? Growing up, it was a heavy identity.
Because it was part of your identity.
Yeah, like growing up when I was a bit, like until obviously 2 years ago. But yeah, and that's a huge part of a voice of time, you know what I mean? So that, like, confronting that is scary, but I mean, it would have to be confronted. And it is being at the moment, like chipping away slowly so I can still function. Being kind to myself and not just like, it's all fake. I just slowly ask questions.
Have you ever heard the analogy of the shelf?
The what? No.
The shelf?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So there's this idea that that we put things on the shelf when we learn things as members of the church. We learn things that maybe don't totally add up. And so we don't really have time to think about these things. So we put them on our shelf. And as things build up on our shelf, eventually you start to think, all right, I either have to take these down and look at them, or my shelf is going to break. I have to examine these things, or else my shelf is no longer going to be able to sustain another thing on it. And as you examine those things, like if you take the questions that Raccoon and the resources that Raccoon has then, you might be able to examine some of those things and maybe take them off of your shelf, or you may just have to keep things up on there. But yeah, that is something that a lot of people will talk about as members of the church, that we have these shelves that we have to keep things on. Things like the questions that you brought up, I guess. And then there's other things that may come up because of the answers to those questions.
That's cool. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's really helpful. Like, it just tells me that I can't carry too much on that shelf for too long.
What is on your shelf now? Like, what would be on your shelf now?
Okay, so I said at the beginning how we incorporated the Freemasons into us. You know what I mean? That's a big one on my shelf. Like, yeah, that's not really authentic, but yeah, that's on my shelf.
And the thing with the Freemasons, do you think about within the Freemason considerations whether or not there is a concern about the patriarchal part of Freemasonry that has gone into concerns about that? I'm trying to form this in a question. Have you thought about that patriarchal aspect of the Freemasons and whether that is brought into the Mormon Church?
I guess that's something I'll have to research more on, because I haven't thought about that. But it's only because I haven't researched that much on it. I just know that we took a lot of the, like the
ordinances and symbols.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, which is like, huh? But that would be something interesting to look into as well. I haven't thought of that side of things. But yeah.
I'm not trying to add more to your shelf. I'm just wondering if that's part of it for you. I'm just wondering if that was part of it. Yeah. Okay.
Because I won't know until I know, So thanks for, I guess opening that window for me.
Thrayle, I don't have any more questions right now. So you would be able to drop me if you wanted to. I just wanted to ask a couple of those things.
I appreciate you, Renee. Thank you so much. Tamina, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did. I don't know that I have any more questions. It sounds to me like you have some questioning to do. And I hope that you keep asking those questions. And if you find more firm answers, bring them back to us. We'll definitely want to question those as well.
Yeah, I'm following. Thanks so much. This has been really good for me. Like, I have been sitting on these heavily and no one to talk to. So this has been great. Thank you.
I appreciate you. I hope that you take care, and maybe we'll hear from you soon.
Thank you.
But W's for Tamina in the chat. There was some questioning there. I know there was some evasion as well, but I think that's to be expected when the questioning gets that good. Can we also get some W's for Raccoon? Because, hell yeah, great questioning.
Not me blushing in the shadows. Oh no. Thank you.
Hell yeah. And Renee came up with some definitely some great questions.
Those were wonderful. Thank you.
And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that at all, if you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know, if you can question, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And we are almost to 100,000 likes. That's pretty awesome. You guys are amazing. There's enough of us in the room, I bet we could clear that within just a few minutes. And I also have let this sit probably for far too long. I need to thank Christy Lee, Noctis, Donna B, Heather's Descent, Rob, Diamond, and Carl. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Absolutely, Catfather Sebastian, the best audience on TikTok. We had another one in queue and they turn out to be a ghost. So if anybody at all has a belief and you question that, well, come on up here. I think Kat's phone died. I think that's what happened. Her New Year's was almost 2 hours ago, and we haven't heard from her since.
It's the Hawaiian Y2K. The Hawaiian 2K.
Hawaii 2K. The Wi-Fi is the first to go. We'll set her down gently, and if she wants to come back up, of course she can. She will, Renee. She really likes, especially when we get to read Second Nephi. I wonder if that one will sit with our previous guest.
I hope so. I feel like that person was already like, there are some seeds that have been planted. And hopefully this just adds to the garden.
She did seem to accept it a little too well, Martha.
Right.
The idea of countenance replacing skin. I don't know.
Right. You can tell when the walls come up and they get a little too enthusiastic. And it's just like, oh, I don't know. I think we're just, I don't know, doing what's societally all right rather than what we're actually taking in. I don't know. I'm not going to say I know for sure, but I'm going to say there are signs.
Well, thank you, Shadow Slays, for slaying that goal. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Thank you for... That was very quick. Now, if only we had a believer with a belief who could question that belief, or at least believe they can. Have you, you were never Mormon, right? You just grew up around them.
No, so I was by the book Mormon. So I was baptized into the Mormon church when I was 8, but my parents had already left the Mormon church, not officially, before I was baptized. So it was like my early childhood years, they left. I was baptized into it because that was what was done to appease the grandparents who were fearful of our mortal souls. But yeah, when my 18th birthday came around, I was able to legally withdraw my name from the church, which caused a huge hullabaloo within my family. My mom said, "Why couldn't you wait until grandma died?" And I was like, that doesn't represent me is why. And anyway, it's a literally a legal process to get your name removed. But yes, so my name was on their records for at least 10 years. But I never practiced, I'll say that.
Did you have to study it? Did you have to do the, so you didn't have to do the seminary thing?
I knew nothing about it when I was dipped in the water. It was just a little Mormon dippy do, and I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that I got a dress and I knew that I got a party. That's what I did the baptism for. It was like, grandma's proud of me, we're getting money, we're getting a journal, we're getting parties, I get a pretty white dress, and that's it. My parents were so removed from the church at that point. There were wine coolers in my fridge when I was growing up. Like they were already gone, but you know, we hold to tradition. In fact, my sister, who was 7 years younger than me, was the only one who was not baptized. My sister, 2 years younger than me, was baptized. And we all kind of went through the same legal process of just getting our name off the records, because what are we doing here? But I did grow up in the Mormon Mecca, so I know a lot about it. I know an awful lot about it.
Mormon Mecca.
Yeah.
Wasn't there original Mecca in Missouri?
Yeah, it's in Nauvoo. But everyone knows that Salt Lake's the cool place to come to if you want to be around Mormons. Nobody's in Missouri.
Didn't they get chased out?
I think that's just my personal bias against the Midwest, though. Like, I think that's just my own hang-up. But yeah, if your name's on the record, the Mormons will come visiting. The elders, they'll come visit. Knock on your door. Me covered in tattoos, I'm like, oh, I don't think these are not the droids you're looking for.
I don't think Mormons will ever come knocking on my door. But that's because of how far out in the middle of nowhere I am. They did once when I lived in a suburb. But we tried to tell them about the Baha'i faith instead. And they didn't like it.
I don't want to subject these are like literal children, because if you're 18, 19, 20, you're children to me. Literal children. I'm not trying to traumatize them. I just ignore them, I wave at them, and then I quickly walk away.
I think if they ever did come out here, I would tell them about the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
I feel like if they ever do find their way to the shed, you should record that. Just to see what happens. Like, you have questions, I have questions too. Happens.
They can't listen to secular music. What?
I find that to be entirely untrue, because a couple of my buddies who went on their mission, these are my best friends in high school, Like, we were listening to all sorts of shit. We were at the Mormon dance club, dancing to E. Foudy and Missy Elliott and all of the things back in 2005.
Yeah, technically they're not supposed to. They're like, according to their little white book, they're not supposed to. So what I used to do when they would come by, I would always offer a bottled water, because I live in Arizona. But I would also just ask if they had any favorite artists that they wanted to hear, like the latest album from. And I would say, like, I'm just going to play it. You don't have to listen to it. You're not asking me. I'm just going to play it, and I'm going to play it kind of loud as you walk away. And they would always appreciate that. Yeah. I probably wasn't their mission president's favorite, but. Or when we would have them over for dinner, we'd have a movie on, like Star Wars or something like that, so that they could watch the latest Star Wars movie or whatever it would be that they were excited about.
You invited the elders over for dinner?
All the time. Oh, yeah, when I was a member.
Played Star Wars? That's blasphemy as hell. You're inviting them over to lead them into sin? That's crazy.
We were members who... Yeah. Well, you can make the argument that it's a gospel story, so absolutely.
That's wild. Were you in Chandler?
No, but very, very close to Chandler. That's funny that you ask.
I thought we had a guest. We did for a moment. I saw it for just a split second. And then they disappeared like a boltzmann bray. But we did have Shadow Slays and Carl knock out that last goal, so thank you guys so much. Appreciate you for doing that. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue or tear you down. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if no one does request, then I might have to question one of you about your lack of belief. Or...
You know, I'm open. I'm always open.
I was going to say, there's not a lack of belief. It's just a different belief for me.
I actually asked my mom some of your questions, Thrayle. She was over here the other day, and we had a conversation that started about afterlife, and she's still a believing Christian. No longer Mormon, but she's a Christian. And she had a lot of concerns after we had stopped talking about it. But I was able to show her in Genesis the two conflicting areas of like the order. And she looked at it and she said, well, this is something that I had never thought about, but you know, maybe I have to look at it a little bit harder. And I was like, that's good. I'm glad. And she said, I got her to say, I don't know. And it felt like such a win. I can't even tell you.
I love that.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I got an I don't know from my mom. Never get one of those.
I got so many of those growing up. I think that's what drove me to keep asking. To ask different people, ask different questions.
Somebody asked if it was dangerous to leave in the comments, and it was not for me, Catfather. Not dangerous, but lonely. Isolating, yes. I wasn't able to... when you stop going to church, when you stop showing up at church, a lot of people will see that as a sign that you are questioning, and being around other people who are questioning when you have things on your shelf can be a little bit, that feels dangerous. That feels like, oh, I might lose my faith then. So I became somebody that other people didn't feel comfortable coming around to see or talk to. And when you go from having 200 friends in your neighborhood to maybe 2 who are able to come around again, that's very isolating.
Can be dangerous. It can.
It would have been more dangerous if my husband had not left with me.
Right. My parents, when they left, my dad left first. And my mom was never in danger of my father. However, her perceived inability by the church, her perceived inability to bring him back to the fold led to her being perceived by the congregation as someone who lacked. And so it wasn't just a shunning, it was a shunning with shame. And that, to her mental health, that was dangerous, to her sense of community, to her sense of self, all of that was dangerous. So I think danger maybe is a subjective term, but it very much can be. And if you are leaving without the support of your spouse, that could easily create a dangerous situation in the household.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially like I didn't have a job because I was the caretaker. I was the one who stayed home. So at 40 years old, starting from scratch, not having a job since I was 20, that would have been a very difficult thing for me to feel, even like I could have found work.
That's very real.
But not impossible.
Not impossible, just not paid what you're worth.
I believe it's by design. I believe that's a barrier set up by design.
Whose design?
Design of the church.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Hello, Christopher. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in the God of the Bible.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Admittedly, I don't think that I have. I have read bits and pieces, probably encompassing a large portion of it, but I don't think that I read it all the way through, no.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe literal is hard for me. I believe that they all have truth within them, and I think that from the perspective of the author, they were true. Whether or not that's literally how they happened, word for word, without any sort of human bias or exaggeration, that I don't know.
So you think the authors believe them to be true, but it doesn't mean that they are literal as they are written.
I think that absolutely the authors believe them to be true, but I don't believe that there is like zero exaggeration. For example, some of the Old Testament war stories where they talk about obliterating complete nations, right? But then later on we see a woman or someone from a nation that was supposed to have been obliterated. So in that sense, I don't think it was without human exaggeration.
What about the 6-day creation story in Genesis 1? Do you think that is exaggerated, or is that as it's written?
I believe that it definitely could be as it's written.
Could be. What about Adam and Eve? You believe that story?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? That's a really good question. That's why I come up here, because I don't think I've ever thought about that. Why do I believe the story of Adam and Eve? I believe the story of Adam and Eve because it provides an understandable and, in my opinion, strong foundation for the beginning of the overarching story of the relationship between God and humanity.
Because it reflects an overarching relationship. But
yes.
Does it mean that the events described are true?
True in the sense of, I believe those that pass the information from one to the next and eventually transcribed those things. I believe it gave them their framework. I believe it's true in that sense.
Do you leave room then for error, for myth? You already said exaggeration in like the war stories, but in the creation story, is there room for exaggeration or myth?
I think there's room for... So let me answer it this way. So I believe that everything in the Bible is God inspired. So I don't believe that there is no contribution on the part of man, which is why I believe that those exaggerations are acceptable, because they don't take away from the inspiration of God.
So do contradictions matter?
Contradictions would matter, yes, absolutely.
Exaggerations don't matter. Myths or big fish stories don't matter so much because they can be men. But contradictions would matter.
Essentially, yeah. A contradiction would be a story trying to work against itself, whereas a man-made exaggeration would be, once again, like in the war stories, they're saying we wiped out an entire nation, but really they destroyed what they had to and moved on and didn't look back.
Interesting.
I think as long as the exaggeration does not threaten the truth of the overall idea, then it's nowhere near as dangerous as an absolute contradiction.
So an absolute contradiction. So do you think there are none then?
Within the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I would say that there are no absolute contradictions in the Bible.
Can you think of what an absolute contradiction might be? Like a made-up example.
Sure. You ever seen Liar Liar?
Mm-hmm.
Right. The pen is blue.
Okay. How would, I guess, so if like one chapter said the pen was blue and the next chapter said the pen was red.
As long as we can prove that the pen is blue.
Or red.
Or red, correct, yeah.
What if we can't prove either one, but can prove either one to be unlikely? That it'd be more likely that there was either no pen or it was, actually a crayon, and it was green.
Then I think that would be cause for deeper study, whether within the Bible itself or within the culture and history outside of the Bible.
Can I give you an example of something like that might exist?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Okay. So if, for instance, in the creation story, you have an order given of how everything was made. 6 days, a particular order. And then the next chapter, it gave a different order. And reasons why it's in this different order without regard at all to the previous chapter.
Sure.
Would that be a kind of pen is blue?
I think we would have to look at exactly what you're talking about.
Sure. So in Genesis 1, for instance, it gives the order of light, and then firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, right? And then in Genesis 2, it says before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man, he makes a mist come up, and then he makes a man. And then he makes a garden, and then he makes some animals. Because the man is alone, he makes the animals. And then he makes the woman. So it would doing the no man. And then he makes a garden, and he makes the animals. And then he makes the woman. So it would appear that there's two different orders. The order of plants, animals, man, woman, and then the next order given is man, plants, animals, woman. Is that pen blue?
I don't know. I would have to go back and read the exact text and see the exact wording of what it is saying, because I believe that
Which version of the Bible do you read?
Whatever I have on hand.
But by that, I actually don't mean like translation, like how many books are in your Bible?
66.
Okay. Do you have a Bible on hand?
Yep, I do, yeah.
Which translation is that?
I think the one that I have right here in front of me is an NIV.
So the relevant verse would be at 2:5.
You cut out on me. What was that?
I said the relevant verse that we're talking about would be at Genesis 2:5. But
Okay.
Happy New Year, Fluffskadoo. And I think happy birthday, if I heard correctly from someone. One of them days recently. So I mentioned Genesis 2:5. Did you pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm bouncing back and forth between the Genesis 1 story.
Mm-hmm. Where the plants are made on day 3. But if the man is made before that, then he'd have to be made around day 3 or day 2.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a quick question. Do you believe that the God that you believe in is a God of order?
Yes, but I also believe that he can bring order from chaos.
Uh-oh.
Morning.
Good morning, Sage. Happy New Year.
The sound. Happy New Year. The sound is looping quite bad from the comments, so I came.
Is it really?
Is it when I speak?
No, I've heard Thrayle say contradictions would matter like 20 times.
Shit. I hope it's working all right for everyone else. I see no complaints on the YouTube side. Of course, that chat's pretty quiet.
Maybe you just really needed to hear that part, Sage.
Perhaps that's the case.
Thank you, Raccoon, for being here and asking amazing questions. And Happy New Year to you. So you've read through the verse.
Yeah.
I already put my Bible back. So you see I don't exactly know the wording on the NIV.
What about the NIV?
He's using an NIV, but the one I have in front of
Dan
me
McClellan says that it has been written to have fewer contradictions.
It is written intentionally to have fewer contradictions. They recognized them and altered verbiage from the Hebrew, specifically to bridge certain contradictions. But this one's still there in 2:5. They tried to zap it at 2:18, or 2:19, but they missed 2:5.
Could you explain how they tried to zap it at 219 so that I understand?
Well, if you're reading an NIV, you can go ahead and read out 2:18 and 19.
Yeah, so 2:18, the Lord God said, "It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." 19, now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he could name them, or what he would name them, And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name.
Yeah, it goes on to say that he couldn't find a helpmate or helper, right? A suitable helper. It translates it to specifically to suitable helper, and then at the beginning of 19 it says had formed, right?
Okay, I understand.
Translated, yeah, and in other versions it's not translated as had formed, it's and he forms them.
I'm going to note that down so that I can look at that. That's interesting.
The Hebrew, the word there is the same as in Genesis 1 when it's denoting the order, and then
I presume it preserves the God's assessment of after he is done creating. In Genesis 1, after God's done creating, it says, and then after God is done creating, in Genesis 2, it says, it is not good.
It's actually a good point. I'll check the NIV. How a contradiction like this could be reckoned.
How it could be reconciled, not at the moment. Like I say, it's something I'll have to look at. I've never thought about it. And now that you're saying things about the NIV, it makes me wonder what the other translations, how they confront it as well, I guess.
Many of them don't confront it at all. They leave the text as written, where it is more clear that the order is man, plants, animals, woman in Genesis 2, contradicting Genesis 1. Some try to make it seem as though they are two, like a day 8 sort of story, as though Adam and Eve were made after the men and women of Genesis 1. Some try to make it as though these are just different narratives of the same event.
Yeah, I've always heard that it's like a zooming in, essentially.
The problem with zooming in is it really puts things in different orders.
Yeah, if you were to zoom in, or you've got this outward view, and then you were able to zoom in on something, would you not see it as more detailed, more specific, and able to kind of get the little details, or would you see it as something completely different? Right? Would as you zoom in, would the pen suddenly turn red? Does zooming in create change, or does zooming in just bring it in?
No, I think zooming in would most definitely have to create clarity. And if you're losing clarity, then obviously something's wrong with the lens, right?
Yeah, thank you. You said it better actually than I did.
Well, that's all right. That's why we're here to discuss, right?
That's right, though. Like, it seems like it would be more clear if it's a zoom in.
Right. Yeah, like it would be some sort of a clarification, or I don't know. I guess the way that I'm questioning in my mind is, how do I phrase this? If we are allowing for the human participation in the writing of the Bible, which I would say that I do, then we can allow for a little bit of this clarification issue, as long as it doesn't take away from the whole truth, right? As long as we're not producing an absolute lie, then as long as we can find some sort of clarification there that isn't completely removing the truth of the story, then we can chalk that up to the human part of the relationship, right?
So you would chalk up the contradictions in the order of creation to the human part of the story, because it doesn't seem as though it's an outward lie to you.
Well, and that's where my clarification on contradiction comes in. I think for something to be an absolute contradiction in the Bible, we have to show that it is a lie that threatens the truth of the whole.
So, in this case, if the two stories contradict, right? If Genesis 1 seems to be a different story with a different order than Genesis 2, wouldn't that call into question Genesis 3?
Why would that call into question Genesis 3?
Because it's the foundation on which Genesis, because Genesis 2 is the foundation it's built on. And if they contradict, then you have to question which story is true, right? If only one can be.
If it is an exaggeration, or then any other part could also be an exaggeration. There's no reason to hold to any of it.
Why do you think that certain translators saw it as a contradiction that needed to be corrected and others didn't? Within the same faith traditions.
Say that one more time.
Why do you think that certain translators saw it as a contradiction and others did not? Within the same faith, within the same Christianity.
Right, I understand. So I think my thing there is, how do we know that they saw it as a contradiction and that's what they were trying to fix? How do we know that they weren't just translating it to the best of their ability?
Do you think that if they were able to translate it to the best of their ability, that there would be more consistency?
I think as long as everyone is looking at the same manuscripts, translating the same things, and then I mean, essentially, yes.
depending on which translation you're looking at, are there places where this happens again, where translations might be changed to fit what that translator wants to convey? When you're talking about the exaggerations of man, is that maybe what you're talking about? Is that certain translators wanted to convey?
I think that scholarship has disproven that. I don't think that any of the exaggerations that we have seen or that have been studied once again fall into that category that I talked about before, that threaten the truth of the whole. For example, I'm not seeing how whether or not plants were before or after is threatening the truth of God created the heavens and the earth. He created man and beast. And then I don't see how it is threatening the idea of the fall or anything that comes after. I understand where someone may look at it academically, and at least what I understand you to be doing, or you guys to be doing, is to see it as, well, this is out of order between here and here. So then what else is out of order? Like, I understand that line of questioning, but I don't think that it threatens the truth as a whole.
No, I appreciate that. And just for clarification on my end, I don't necessarily think anything about it. I guess it's more just I'm wondering at what you might be considering the translations. It sounds like the translation isn't as important to you as the words conveying a general meaning. Is that right?
I would say you're hitting closer to the truth, yes.
Mm-hmm. What do you think is the general meaning of those verses? I guess either Genesis 1 or Genesis 2. What do you gain from understanding the world in that way?
I think the general idea, what is being conveyed is simply creation, where creation started, essentially placing God as the creator. To go even further than that, we understand our place, the place of humanity, the responsibility that was given to us from God, the relationship that we were to have with one another and the world around us. And then going forward, we hopefully see and understand how that relationship was broken, not just the relationship between us and God, but between us and other human beings, between us and the world we live in.
I think Rav wants to come up, and I don't want to interrupt what Rav's line of questioning would be, and so that's why I'm not asking more. But yeah.
Good morning, Rav.
Morning.
Happy New Year.
And you. 1 second. If there are any other meanings beside that?
If you're asking me if I think that my understanding is the end-all be-all, I absolutely do not think that my understanding is the end-all be-all.
And where do you, like, I guess, where do you derive your sense of this meaning from?
It's just the conclusion that I have. Well, and I wouldn't even call it a conclusion, because I think that's why I'm up here. That's why I'm willing to hear the questions and try to provide my best answer. But I would say that these are things that I have come to, or a place that I've come to, just through studying by myself, studying with others, looking at different explanations. I guess what I would coin as seeking.
What are you seeking?
Truth, I would say. Trying to figure out why this specific literature has been had people unalived for. The story and the truth within, or the content within.
Why do you think people have lived
I think
alive for this?
Right. I think they would have had to have found some sort of deeper meaning within it. They would have had to believe it as the truth.
I have an interesting. Do you think that more people have unalived for the book or because of the book?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I like that. I guess I would have to say I think that has happened more because of their belief of what the story of this or these books has.
Say that one more time.
So I would say that, for example, the martyrs of the New Testament, right? They didn't necessarily die because of what they knew as the Bible or for the Bible, but because of what they believed.
Are you saying that the meaning is derived by different people in different ways? And so if somebody is unalived for it, it has to do with how it is interpreted?
I think all the time that people mean the same text. It's an unfortunate truth of community, in my opinion. I think that, for example, the new members, if they believe something different, they're all doing the thing or looking at the same.
Is it breaking up for anybody else?
Truth.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Christopher. You're kind of getting choppy there. Yeah, it seems to be getting better.
Yeah.
Do you want me to ask the question again so that you can answer it again, or do you remember what you were saying?
Sure, you go ahead and start that over.
Sure. Well, I was just kind of wondering if what you were saying is that the interpretation of others is why people get unalived, not necessarily that is the intention.
but that it is about how people are interpreting the meaning.
I think that definitely happens. I think that there are many ways to interpret this set of books that we have, right? But my example was the New Testament martyrs, right? Those specifically that were being unalived for the sake of what they believed from the teachings of Jesus, and those that had not. So while I think that we absolutely fall into the unfortunate scenario of you may read chapter and verse one way and I may read it another way, right? It's going to happen. I do think that there is an underlying truth to the whole. And I think that's what we're all searching for. That's what I'm searching for. That's part of the reason why I came up here. I did, just look and hear and keep going.
Do you think it's possible that that those people died in vain? And
specifically the New Testament martyrs, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, well, first of all, how do you become a martyr? What are the circumstances by which somebody becomes a martyr?
And
is it because they believe in the Bible, or is it because they're like, I have no idea. I don't know enough about martyrs to know what makes them. And why is it that you hold any stock in these martyrs?
I think the idea of someone being unalived for a belief would at least bring some merit to what that belief was. I don't think that it solidifies complete truth in that thing, but I think that it at least means it's something worth looking at.
Also, do you think, other religions that have people that, turn themselves into, there's some truth there that is worthy of exploring?
Absolutely. I think there very well could be some truth there worth exploring.
So like when somebody walks into a cafe or something like that, turns the whole place into a
smithereens.
Yeah. That there's like a truth that's like worthy of exploring there.
I think that if a person is believing in something that causes them to do something very immoral, I don't think anyone should look into that. That seems like the way to spread hate and dissension and evil.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't immoral to them. It was like the most immoral.
Well, and that's where subjectivity comes in. We could all say that certain things are moral and certain things are not. But obviously, believing in God, I would believe in a higher moral standard than myself.
Well, then doesn't it mean that martyrdom is just in the eye of the beholder?
Into whatever that martyr has been unalived for.
Man, thank you.
Oh, that's a sick fucking gift.
Hell yeah, Kung Pao.
Wow.
Fucking awesome.
That's cool.
Is that a teddy bear
awesome.
jigging?
It was. Yeah, that was entertaining.
Wow, I'm blown away.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one that saw that.
That's how we
martyrdom
know
is
Kung Pao's in the room.
Yeah, Kung Pao, thank you. It's huge.
People are saying there's never going to be another gift like that again.
Yeah, so if martyrdom is only in the eye of the beholder, what are the metrics by which you determine, you know, oh, this one is an ethical martyrdom versus, is it just like Christian martyrs that you think is that the?
I don't think it would just be Christian martyrs that hold the entire weight of importance in history.
Oh, you know what? What is the value of dying for a cause?
Good question. I don't know. I hope I don't ever have to unalive for a cause. But I would hope that if that were to happen, it would lead someone else to, it would lead someone else to good or to ultimate truth.
Real quick, I'm going to thank Forrest Mendes, Philly Red, Claire, Rav, and Kung Pao. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. Also, good morning, Forrest.
Morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Too, man.
Picture, I think I recognize the face.
Has martyrdom?
Go ahead, Rav.
I'm just wondering, has martyrdom ever led to more definitive truth?
It has probably led to people looking deeper into a certain belief or system of morals and justice. And so I think that it definitely could have.
Okay, wait a second. So if we are still having the same debates that probably have happened for thousands of years, are we any closer to finding a truth? And does that mean, by your standard, that more martyrs need to exist in order for more truth to be found?
That on anyone. I just think that unfortunately it has already happened, and therefore, like I say, it doesn't prove truth in something, but it at least gives us a good reason to pause and look at it. Yeah, I would absolutely never want that to be a like a prerequisite or something.
I guess my question really is like, is that worth unaliving for somebody to simply pause and look at why they did that?
I think from what we know of the Christian martyrs, they would tell you yes. Because if we look at what they were unalived for, they believed that it was would change the course of your eternity, not just this finite life that we live, but the eternity that comes after it. And most of what we know of the martyrs for that cause, they faced it in good faith.
What what if somebody told you that like unaliving for a cause was actually like proof that it was like not a worthy cause, that actually like it ultimately showed that um, it was evidence of the exact opposite?
I guess I would have to see an example.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, what if I argued that martyrdom actually demonstrates a devaluing of life as opposed to a furthering some sense of justice or something like that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I wouldn't stop you from arguing it.
Maybe arguing is not the right word. What if I were to say, like, for me, somebody unaliving for a cause like that demonstrates a lack of respect for life?
I guess I would just have to ask for clarification as to how you would reach that conclusion. Why would you say
what is worth more, sand or gold?
Depends on
a pound of sand and a pound of gold.
I guess it depends on who's getting the pound of sand and who's getting the pound of gold.
It does?
Sure. Somebody could take a pound of sand and turn it into a glass-blown object that may be worth who knows how much in one person's opinion.
Okay, but simply raw sand and raw gold, which is worth more?
I mean, I would probably value the gold more, but I say, I couldn't speak for everyone.
Why is the gold worth more?
Because in the current state of our world, I don't know of anyone who's going to take raw sand and give me anything for it, but I'm sure I could find several people that would take the gold.
Well, yeah, why is raw sand worth less, though?
It depends on who's taking the sand and what they're going to do with it, but it would just be more or less a human construct of value at that point.
Great. What determines value? Are you familiar with like supply and demand?
Not enough to sit here and debate supply and demand. No.
No debate whatsoever. If supply goes up, in other words, if you have a lot of it, does the demand go up or does it stay the same? Let's say the demand stays the same and the supply goes up.
Mm-hmm.
The price would go down.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a lot of stuff, it becomes cheaper.
Right.
But if you have a limited amount of stuff, what happens to the price?
The price is going to go up.
Great. Now, if I told you that you have infinite life,
mm-hmm.
what happens to the brief period on Earth? How does the value of this life change?
Well, so that would depend on context. So the idea of Christianity is that this brief period of life that we have presents us the opportunity to direct the course of that eternity afterwards. So that would mean that the value of this life would greatly increase.
Only relative to the eternal life piece. In other words, like, it's what I'm hearing you say
mm-hmm.
is that the value of this life is actually minuscule compared to the ultimate goal, which is the eternal life.
I would say that no human life is of a minuscule value. I think that the time here that we have is...
But any value?
Well, one, because this life directly corresponds to that eternity, at least in my belief system. But number two, we are all created in the image of God, and therefore we all have intrinsic value from the start. So
that's not what I asked, though, but I appreciate the notion. One last question, I think.
Yeah.
If have you ever? This is a little personal, but not too personal, I hope.
That's okay.
Have you ever been to a funeral by any chance?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Have you ever cried at a funeral?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why would you cry at a funeral? That's a really good. Sorry to hear that.
I appreciate that. It's a very difficult situation for me because I don't know my grandmother's standing with the Lord. So part of my tears were me not knowing. The other part was I don't get to hear her voice anymore. I don't get to go and have the chats that we used to have. Those things are precious to me. You know, we won't play rummy anymore. We won't color in coloring books and do puzzles and all the silly things that we did as part of our relationship. But the other part of the tears were hope that one day I would see her again. So yeah, I think there's many layers to that why.
Thanks.
I appreciate that. Nobody. She was a very great.
You don't know her status with the Lord, you said.
Yes.
You don't know if she'll be there.
Yes.
When you go there where you're going.
Yes.
If she's not there, will you forget about her, or will you be?
So that's something that I can't really give you an answer on.
You couldn't possibly remember her, right? I mean, if there's, do you expect there to be sadness?
No, absolutely not. I don't expect sadness. Not in a place.
If there's no sadness, then
go ahead.
You couldn't remember her, right?
I think the ones would agree with me. But I think that if we are allowed to keep any memories from this earthly lifetime, it will only be the good ones. So I don't think that I would completely forget her. But
would you just not? I mean, would you just be ignorant to her absence there?
I guess in a sense that's how I would see it. Yeah.
So you'd have to just not know that she's not there in order to be happy, because otherwise you couldn't know that she was burning in the lake of fire with the unbelievers and be happy, could you?
No, absolutely not. You wouldn't want to know that about anyone. I wouldn't want to know that about you, and I've only talked to you for a few minutes.
I mean, I'll probably be there.
I hope not. I truly hope not.
If it's as written, I mean, the unbelievers are getting tossed in.
Well, there's still time, right?
Do you think that? What do you mean? There's still time?
There's still time.
What does that mean, though?
You may be an unbeliever right now, but there's the rest of the day. There's tomorrow. I have hope for you.
You think that God will find a way to compel me to believe?
I don't think that it's God's will to compel you, and this gets into a whole Calvinism debate, in my opinion. But I think that God wills for everyone to be saved.
He wills for everyone to be saved.
Yeah, essentially that
is weak.
Can God's will fail to obtain?
See, now we're getting into the Calvinist debate.
I think this is an interesting line of questioning. Then, do you believe that a deathbed or an alive bed confessional would be okay?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Okay, so how much value is there in living the will of God, if that's valid?
Say that again.
What value is there in living the will of God while we've got the other 89.9 years of our life, or whatever it might be?
Right. Basically, what I'm understanding your question to be is if someone can be at the brink and give their life to Christ and end up in eternity with God, why is it important for anyone to do anything other than that?
That's a good way of rewording.
I work on a turkey farm, so
that you have to be very smart to work on a turkey farm, I think.
I don't know. I would argue that you got to be real dumb. So I would say that it kind of goes back to the story that we know of King David. I had the opportunity to speak at my stepbrother's funeral, and he had not been in contact with me for a multitude of years, and he was into a lot of very, very bad things. But just like King David and all of the horrible things that he did, God knew his heart. And that was what I spoke at my stepbrother's funeral, is that God knows his heart. And I think that God knows all of our hearts. We unfortunately live in a broken world, and we are broken people. And we do things that God doesn't agree with.
What do you mean? Well, before I ask what you mean, I do really quick need to thank Claire, Cat DeWitch, and Kung Pao. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. But what do you mean by broken world?
Separated from its original design.
Where do you get that it's separated from its original design?
So that would be back to where we started in Genesis, with the fall of man and the separation from the Garden of Eden, or the exile from the Garden of Eden.
Do you think the Garden of Eden
as a paradise?
What if I told you the Garden of Eden is Babylon?
I would absolutely love to dive deeper into that line of thought.
Where is Babylon located?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
Between the Tigris and the Euphrates River.
Okay.
Where is the Garden of Eden located?
Somewhere between the two.
And what is Babylon famous for having?
I don't.
The hanging,
Oh, the Hanging Gardens?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Where was the Adam created?
Hang on, I'm going to write some of this down. This is good. Okay, what was your last question? Or what? You could just make the point if you wanted to. That's fine too.
Where was Adam created? Where was Adam created?
Right in the garden.
He was created outside of the garden and placed into the garden.
Where do we see that?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Genesis 2:8.
Hang on, I'm going to have to open my Bible back up. But now I don't know. I'm in this NIV, so I'm a little worried.
I can pull up the Hebrew if it's helpful.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing more of that. The Lord God had planted a garden in the east in Eden, and there he put the man he had formed. Okay, fair enough. I can see where that would be that way.
What is the plot of the rest of the Bible? Once Adam and Chava leave, once Adam and Eve leave, what is the plot of the rest of the Bible? How does the Bible end? Books.
I don't know. How does that end? With them going into the promised land? Where does it end exactly?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. I'm sorry, it's cold out here.
Yeah, so the plot is leaving the garden to get to Israel.
Yeah, I guess I could see that. I don't know. I guess I would interpret it a little bit differently because I don't think the original, but I mean, as the story goes, that is what we begin to see happening.
Does God make mistakes?
I don't believe so, no.
He never regrets anything.
I don't believe so, no.
Why the flood?
I think the flood was a way to take where human choice had and I guess revealed the truth of ourselves and how what's the way I want to put this? How power hungry we are, how we want to define what is good and evil for ourselves. It had grown to a point that in order to save us, God had to do what needed to be done.
Is that innate? Our power?
I guess I don't know. I think that our free choice is something that was given from the very first man. So I guess I would have to answer yes. Otherwise, why the disobedience in the garden?
I liked your I don't know a little bit more, but okay.
I mean, that's fine. That's another thing. That's another thing that I'd have to look at. You know, I'm totally fine with not knowing. I think there's a lot of things that we're not necessarily supposed to know. But I will say, and I hate to do this, but I have to run. I am at work, and I've got to actually get my day started.
Can I ask you one last question before you?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, just maybe something to think about. You don't have to give a exact answer, but I was just thinking. You spoke about free choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fate of people, like your grandmother. So sorry to hear about that, by the way.
I appreciate that.
So if I now, I don't believe right now,
Okay.
right? So, but if I the stuff you said and I started to think maybe I should start look into Jesus and stuff. Okay, so let's say I did that, but before I could do that, on my way home tonight, I was hit by a bus by some drunk driver, right? Something he chose to do.
Right.
And then would I go to hell because of what he before? What do you think that does to the free choice?
So my belief is that God is sovereign, right? So he does not
Sovereign.
live in. Go ahead.
Yeah, and can you just explain what you mean by sovereign? I'm sorry, I'm from Norway. So.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So sovereign in the sense of this is his world. He knows everything about it. He is in control while also still existing in a relationship with us because that is the way that he wants it. Not because it has to be that way, because obviously he's God. He can do whatever he wants to do, but because he chooses for it to be that way. So I would say
now I'm talking about our choices now. Our
right. So I would say that if you were in that situation, if that happened to you, I believe that God existing out of time means that everything is the present for him. So he knows where that line of thought was for you.
So that means I wouldn't go to
I think that is between your heart and God.
Interesting. Interesting choice. I wonder why. The only time I heard you say, and I don't know, you still tried to give an answer after. I wonder if not knowing the answers to some of these questions would trouble you. Because it seems as though you think you do know. And I wonder why that is.
So I don't want to make it seem as if anything that I say is how it truly is, because I don't know a lot.
No, it's what you believe. I
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just what I believe.
So you don't believe I would go to hell because someone else did a choice that made me, lose my life and pass on?
Well, like I say, I think that would be between your heart and God. So I don't know where you would end up. I hope that your heart was on the right path and that you had made a change. A lot of people, a lot of Christians today, I think, even believe that you have to go through a specific moment in order to be considered saved. I don't think God works that way. So
like in church when you raise your hand and they
right, yeah. I don't believe you have to pray a sinner's prayer. I don't believe I don't believe there's anything like that. Now, I believe that you have to confess and believe, right? But what does confession look like between you and God, or between your heart and God? I think that's for him to decide, not for me to decide. To answer your question about not knowing, I don't know how to pronounce Thrayle. Is that
Thrayle? Yeah, Thrayle.
Thrayle. Okay.
Not me.
Sorry. As far as
Thrayle raises a good point that it raises more questions, and I just
it does
want
raise
to
more
think
questions.
about it. You don't have to you can say
It does
I
raise
don't
more
know and
questions.
just think about it. Yeah.
And I would say that there is absolutely a little bit of a troublesome side in my human brain and in my human heart that doesn't like not knowing certain things. It's something that I struggle with a lot.
Sure.
And I also look at myself in a very low light a lot of times, because I can't sit here and quote scripture to you. I can't answer all of your questions, and that deeply hurts me, because I feel like this is very important, and I feel like everyone on this panel and everyone in this world is very important. I have said since a young age
I agree.
that if I and don't take this the wrong way, because when I said this to my father, he asked me if I thought I was Jesus, and no, I don't think I'm Jesus, not at all. But I deeply care about humanity in a way that if I could give you all just a day of absolute truth, honesty, and happiness, I would unalive for it. And I mean that sincerely. And even if after that day you turned and decided to go right back to where you were, that's fine. That's your choice. I would never try and take that for enough value that is something that would be worth doing in my eyes.
Okay, Christopher, I appreciate you. I was just wanting to ask you that, and if you ever, I know you had to go, but
yes,
I gave you a follow, and if you want to talk, I was a Christian for 25 years. If you
Awesome.
ever want to talk about stuff, you can just message me.
For
I'll
sure,
be back
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Christopher, we asked you a lot of questions, and I hope you take some of those away and give them actual consideration. I want to ask one quick one real quick before you go.
Yeah.
And it is, if you were to wake up tomorrow and find that there was no reason to believe that this God existed, that the Bible was just a compilation of myths and cultural references, sort of hyperbole, would would that change the way that you live your life? The way you treat people, who you are?
Oh gosh, I would hope not. I think it would take quite a bit for me to not believe. But I think if that happened, it would definitely shake me, knowing what I know about myself. It would be something that would maybe put me in a hole, if that makes sense, for a little bit. Like I would be.
Is it scary to think about?
Yeah, I would say that is kind of scary to think about. Yeah. Yeah, but I think, I don't know, I would hope that if anyone found out that anything that they scary, you know. But I think
I definitely want to ask you more questions, but I know we're possibly making you late to work, and the more we go, the longer we will. So I appreciate you being here.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm originally from down in South Alabama. I'm not in South Alabama anymore. Don't try to hunt me down. But we talk a lot, so I could probably sit here and delay my day until I absolutely had to leave. But I do have to get my day started.
Appreciate you.
And I would like to say that this is really refreshing to me. This panel, this live. I have been in many panels that are filled with professing Christians, and they claim that they are trying to just have a conversation and ask questions and so on and so forth. And somewhere before it's done, they all end up yelling, sometimes even at each other.
I've seen it.
So whether you believe in God or you believe in Christ or wherever you hold yourselves, it is my opinion that you all have shown Christ more than some Christians do, and I really, really, really appreciate that.
And I'm not even a Christian, but thanks.
I'll take it in the spirit that it's meant. I appreciate you being here,
Yeah, it is definitely meant as a compliment.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you come up with new answers, especially to those questions that we've asked and the ones that Raph posed previously, I hope that you come back and bring them to us. We'll definitely want to question those as well.
Cool. Yeah, and I would love to. That's awesome.
All right.
Take care, brother.
W's for maybe not as much as we'd like
Kinda.
to see, but he's still questioning, he's willing to accept some of the questions and think about them. I think I would have liked to hear a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more pause and reflection, though we did get that when we first brought up the contradiction in Genesis. There was quite a bit of reflection there, and I wonder what he'll come back with.
It was a good guest. Also, Happy New Year's, Thrayle.
Happy New Year's,
panel.
Sebastian.
Thanks.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yours has been new for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's almost 3 p.m., so in the new day.
Oh, it's already after 7.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I wonder if we've got any believers who are capable of questioning their beliefs. If any of these still exist. Hello, Adam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief in a god. As to which god is a different argument if you want to get into that, but I do believe that there's a god.
Interesting. Before I ask my next question. I do need to thank Morgan Le Fay, Shell, Claire, and Kat DeWitch for helping with our previous goal. I'm pretty sure I saw Kung Pao in there as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
Real quick, too, Thrayle, I'm so sorry. I have to get going. And you know me with these UK accents. I'm helpless anyway. So it's not going to work out for me.
Renee.
Have a good one.
You too. Take care and happy New Year. Oh, we lost him. We can request back up. I'm not sure quite what happened there.
I said take care, but it was not for him.
He can request back up if he's still here. I don't know. There he is. Hey, Adam.
Hey.
Sorry about that. Not sure what happened. So, you said you have a belief in a God.
Yeah.
Which God is that?
I believe in Jesus.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I'm currently halfway through it. I've only just got into religion and been interested by religion probably in the last 5 to 6 months, and I'm currently halfway through the Bible.
You said
I know a lot. I know parts of the New Testament from what I've heard from other Christians and videos and so on.
So you're halfway through the Old Testament, you know parts of the New Testament from videos and other Christians.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, you said you're 29, right?
No, I'm 21.
21, I'm sorry, I misheard. So 21, and were you raised religious at all?
No, I was raised in a family that not really interested by the concept of a God. I weren't raised Christian, I weren't raised atheist, so I was just kind of in the middle, I guess. I was baptised a Catholic, but I've never raised in the church.
And the Bible you're reading now, is it a Catholic Bible or Protestant?
It's Protestant. It's the King James Version.
I see. And so far, you've read half of the Old Testament. Do you believe the stories you've read to be true and literal?
No, I believe the stories that I've read, and this is a Catholic belief, I believe the stories that I've read to be symbolic and of stories with a meaning that gives us clues on the character of God.
God, but the stories don't have to be true.
The stories. I misspoke there. I meant to say the creation stories aren't literally true, yet they give clues on the character of God.
So it's not true that he created the earth in 6 days, or that was even the right order?
I don't believe so, no.
And it's not true that Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
No, I don't believe so.
So then it's not true that they disobeyed God? And
yeah, and this is what I mean. It's not that. What I take from that is it's not saying that the first few humans were Adam and Eve. Those two humans disobeyed God. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that story is symbolic of humans over time disobeying, distancing themselves from God and what He has planned for us.
So humans disobeyed God and distanced themselves from His plans?
Yeah.
And you take that from the Adam and Eve story that you don't believe is literal?
I take that story as symbolic. Yeah, I don't take it as literally true in terms of it was created in 6 days. He rested on the 7th, and then Adam and Eve were the first two humans, and that they disobeyed him in the Garden of Eden. I don't take that literally true. I take it symbolic with meaning.
I guess I'm missing what is this symbol? Like, how is it symbolic?
Are you asking me why Adam and Eve are symbolic? Or whether or are you asking me on Genesis as a whole?
Well, where does this symbolism begin? Like, is the first chapter just wrong, and then the second chapter, is that kind of...
First created the heavens and the earth and so on.
In a particular order in 6 days.
Yeah.
But none of that's true, so what is that symbolic of?
Well, it's just symbolic in terms of it's telling you that God didn't, or I believe that I'm taking from that, God didn't create this in 6 days and rested on the seventh. I'm taking it that, okay, he did create everything, and that everything that's creation on earth comes from God, but not necessarily that it was done in 6 days and that he rested on the seventh. I do believe in evolution, and that...
So the symbolism there is just that God made stuff.
That God's the creator of the universe, yeah.
So we can ignore everything after God said, "Let there be," and then after that, it's all symbols.
You're talking just about Genesis or the whole of the Bible then?
Well, like Genesis 1, right? There's a lot of words for just God made everything.
Is that you criticizing the...
I'm not criticizing. I'm asking, like, what is the symbolism? What is symbolic in Genesis 1?
What is symbolic in the creation stories?
Like, what is it? Like, so when you're saying things are symbolic, what does that even mean? Because it seems like you're just saying that God created everything, and you're using the word symbolic to mean that the whole chapter is just saying one little thing.
Well, I wouldn't say it says one little thing. I think you can take your own... The basis of it, the focal point of it is that God created everything. I think you can take other interpretations from it, or that you can say God created other things within the thing he created, if you understand what I'm saying.
What I can say doesn't really matter. It's about what you believe, right?
Yeah, okay. So it states that God created the heavens and the earth. That straight away means that he created the earth for humans to live, and then he created a heaven for humans to go to after in the afterlife. And then the story of Adam and Eve then moves on to humans disobeying God, and therefore hell being a concept.
The whole meaning of chapter 1 is God created earth and an afterlife.
But that's part of the meaning, yeah. As I said, you can take different things.
I think God didn't create.
Well, I don't believe. Sorry, would you just give me literally 2 minutes and I'll press back up? I've just quickly got to do something.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. While he does that, if I didn't already, I gotta thank Shell and Kung Pao for knocking out yet another goal. Appreciate you guys so much.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Oh, and now we're just down to us. We're losing everybody. They're dropping like flies. I'm wondering if Forrest is even awake.
I haven't heard from him.
Sleep? We have a tendency to do that, to lull people into a slumber.
Yeah.
It might be about that time for me to lull myself into a slumber. Did he unmute right before I dropped him? You can request backup, of course.
Also, did I hear like a fire? This thing? Do you know the beeping alarm from that guest?
From the vest. Yes, there was definitely a need for a 9-volt battery. It was definitely that.
It's not the first.
I do need some more blueberry coffee.
Right? Understandable. Valid.
But I think, I don't know, I think we may forego the reunion with the 9-volt, or the need for a 9-volt. I may need to end the live soon. It's coming up on that time. We put in a good 8.5 hours. No, 8 hours.
I was late. Yeah.
Was it 8? 7.5. Oops. I started late.
Yeah, I was just gonna listen today, but I wanted to ask that guy, because that was a good guest.
He was a good guest.
Something. I was just chilling with my jigsaw puzzle I got for Christmas. I'm listening to you guys. Good times. So, how would you sum up today, Thrayle? This live today?
Really much better than expected. I expected, after the first 2 guests, I expected a lot of inebriated,
I didn't see the 2 first.
people. Yeah, I expected a lot of celebrating people just being goofy and drunk.
Yeah.
And
just silly, silliness.
Yeah.
So the 2 first was kind of drunk, tipsy.
Well, I mean, at least they seemed that way.
Remember a few days ago when you asked almost every guest if they had been drinking, and one of the last ones you one of the first questions you asked her was like, "Have you been drinking?" And she was like, "Why would you ask me that?" Yes, I have. That was a good one.
I appreciate the honesty. I mean, sometimes I've had conversations with people who've been drinking on the panel, and they're not always.
Yeah, but she seemed offended. Like, why would you ask me that? And then, yes, I have, immediately. You should have clipped that. Maybe someone clipped it.
I should make more clips.
Funny moments.
I see, oh, our smoke detector guy is back.
Hello.
Hello, Adam.
Hey.
Sorry, I got interrupted. I had to take a phone call.
Really quickly, I think I just knew for helping with that goal, knocking it out. I think Kung Pao helped there too. Appreciate you guys so much. Before I can even get done pulling up the next guest for knocking out another goal. That is not a complaint. Thank you. So Adam, we were discussing the creation. You said some of it's symbolic.
Yep.
I'm not sure. I heard what the symbolism in Genesis 1 was, except that God created things, heaven and earth, and other stuff. And I think I had asked you, is there anything God didn't create?
Yeah, I was going to respond to that. I was going to say, well, it depends on what you actually mean by the question. Do you mean, are you trying to ask me, do I believe that everything that exists comes from God creating it?
I mean, if that's the way you're seeing the question, I'm just asking, is there anything he didn't create?
Well, I don't believe that God personally created the device I'm using to talk to you on right now. I don't believe the earth. He created the universe. He created humans.
What does create mean?
What does create mean? Good question. Off the top of my head, I guess I'd define it as to create and to trying to give it without using the word create. To make something that hasn't already been made, I guess. I'm not entirely sure on the definition to give you. I'm sure there's a much better definition than what I've just done.
Adam, can you question your beliefs?
Are you asking, can I accept the fact that they may not be true?
If that's what it means to you, yes.
Yeah, I can't 100% prove that there's a God, just like you can't 100% prove.
Is it possible to prove a negative?
Is it possible to prove a negative? What do you mean?
I mean, is it possible to prove that something does not exist, like a unicorn out in space, or is able to prove a negative?
Quite literally speaking, I don't think it is. I think we base what we call proof. I think we base that purely on evidence, and I think evidence may tell me that fairies aren't real, but I can't 100% say that fairies aren't real, if you understand what I'm saying.
I see.
But that doesn't mean fairies aren't real. I don't think fairies are real.
Adam, you think that everything must be created by a God?
Everything in terms of what? I think everything
in existence. Everything that exists.
Not quite literally everything is created by God, I don't think so.
Right. I understand was all created by God. That existence was created by God.
Yeah.
Why?
I think the cosmological argument, I think, is a great one, that the universe began to exist and everything that exists has a
How do you know that it began?
By scientific evidence.
What scientific evidence?
The Big Bang Theory.
Can you tell me which model of the Big Bang Theory you're saying has a beginning?
Sorry, I didn't hear you then because of the...
Yeah, which model? What's the model called?
Which model of the Big Bang Theory has the idea that there was a moment of singularity, and then that moment of singularity expanded and from heat and matter and propelled into the creation of the universe.
Why would that moment of singularity be a beginning?
Because there's evidence and science has no proof that there was anything before that moment of singularity other than heat and matter.
Sorry, no proof that there was anything.
Or there's anything before that moment of singularity.
There's no scientific evidence to show there's anything before that moment. What do you mean by before?
Something that existed before that moment of singularity. That moment of singularity came from nothing.
Sorry, what do you mean came from nothing?
What do I mean came from nothing? That there was nothing there before that moment of
How
singularity.
do you know that? Where is that? Where is it written that there's nothing? You went from that science can't prove there was anything to now there was nothing. How did you get there?
Yeah, science can't prove there's anything. So there, based on evidence, I look at that. Okay, there was nothing before this. Bear in mind, I'm not saying that this is 100% true. This is obviously based on belief.
Is it possible that you're mistaken? That science doesn't claim anything about the before because they don't know what is before? Is that why you claim there was nothing? Because science doesn't know?
In a way, yes, but then I would also use other pieces of information to also support the idea that there was nothing but God before that.
You would use other pieces of information to support there was nothing but God. Now you're adding God. I thought you said there was nothing.
Yeah, nothing in terms of in the universe. Maybe I've been a bit vague, and I apologise for that. Maybe I haven't made myself clear. There is nothing but God before that moment of singularity. So therefore, there was no universe. And
you say there was nothing but God. How can you know that there was God? Is this all just belief?
How can I know? Well, I think everything's belief, really.
So, do you have any reason to believe there was a God there? I mean, we're kind of back in the circle, aren't we? Like, you assume that there's God so that you can assume that there was a beginning, so that you can say that there was a beginning, so that you can assume there was God.
Adam, can I just ask one thing about, you believe God created everything, right? From nothing? And
everything from nothing, yeah.
Yeah, but where do you believe God came from?
God is eternal God. So I think it's almost asking what caused the uncaused cause, if you understand what I'm saying.
That's like a standard answer.
Yeah.
But
real quick, hang on, just you can get your question out, hold on to it, but I gotta make sure I thank Shell and Claire for knocking out that goal. And well, if I talk for thank you, Shell, again for the other half of that goal. You guys are amazing. Did you have another follow-up on that, Sebastian?
No, just about God. You said it was eternal, and so does that mean you believe he was just dwelling forever and then somehow created, like started the Big Bang?
Simple answer, and probably the most realistic answer, is I don't know. And I think that's a very common answer.
I think that's the best answer.
Yeah. I don't know what God was doing before he created the universe. I don't know whether he was sat up in
it's a difficult question.
I don't know. I can't give you an answer on that.
My question then would be, why does your I don't know begin here? Why not where science says that they don't know what, if any, could even be before the Big Bang? Like what before even means. When they say they don't know, why do you keep going and say God made it all? Like a whole lot of assumptions before you finally well, as far as what he did before, I don't know.
Yeah, great question. I would respond to that by saying nowhere in the universe ever have any human ever or anybody ever seen non-life, life coming from non-life, and therefore
This is just an abiogenesis thing, like we were talking about the beginning of the universe, not the beginning of life.
Okay.
This is kind of a what I'm afraid of, Adam, is it's sounding like I understand you're being very respectful and you're trying to answer these questions, and you've given an I don't know, which I think is a win in my book. But I wonder if you're kind of leaning into apologetics to answer for you. Debate-ready answers that aren't
Can I
really
just ask what
yours.
apologetics mean? What do you mean by that?
Apologetics is the practice of, I think it originally
Like William Lane Craig.
Yeah, I think it originally meant defending the faith, but trying to make arguments for God and religion, in this case from a more general and stock set of answers.
Yeah, I think it is.
Rather than thinking really for yourself, as you were at the beginning of the conversation.
I understand what you're saying. But the argument I'm making may seem general because in general it is the most popular argument for God, and I think it's popular for a reason. And I think
that's kind of where the argument for God part is. Do you feel like you're in a debate right now, Adam?
Do I feel like I'm in a debate?
Mm-hmm. It's the softest debate you've ever seen, isn't it?
Yeah. I think
we're not trying to convince you. What we're doing is seeing if you can question your beliefs.
Yeah, 100%. It does, in a way, it does feel like a debate. I recognise that it's not.
There's a little challenge there, yeah. There's a
yeah,
little
it's challenging like a debate.
But it's not trying.
Yeah.
Right. We're not trying to belittle God. We're trying to see if you can question it. And you were for a little while there. So that's why I'm kind of noting the change in demeanor here. So I hope, I appreciate you coming up, and I hope that you keep asking questions, but I don't know if we're going to get more productive if you're feeling defensive.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm feeling, but I do feel defensive in a way. I think it would be, if I do truly believe in God, I think it'd be unnatural for me not to feel defensive. I think it's important to try and not get emotional during debates and discussions and whatever, but I think it would be...
You've done well here, Adam.
Yeah, thank you. I think it would be unnatural for me not to feel defensive if I do truly believe in a God.
Interesting.
But yeah, thank you for talking.
Absolutely. I got one more question to go on. Just wanted to walk away from you probably heard me ask the previous guest. If you woke up tomorrow and found there was not only no reason to believe in your God, but a reason to believe that none of it was real, that the Bible was just a collection of myths and fables, moral stories from ancient people, would that change the way that you live your life?
The difficult question.
It's a heavy one. That's why I saved it for the end.
Yeah.
And no afterlife, maybe, Thrayle?
Yeah, you would no afterlife, no God.
Yeah.
Nothing there.
Fundamentally, it would not change the way that I live my life. However, it would change the way I view a lot of things. In terms of being a good person and a good call, morally correct, I think that's something you can do without believing in God. So No, sorry, go on.
Would you value each and every day more, you think?
No, I don't think I would, because I think each and every day is special regardless of whether you believe in a God or whether you don't believe in a God.
Yeah, I was thinking about afterlife. If you don't believe in afterlife anymore.
If I don't believe in an afterlife, would I value each day more? I don't know. I can't say because I've never experienced. I guess I was before before I got into Christianity and learning about other religions. I was at the point where I didn't believe in a God. I didn't really have substantial life. Feels more worthy now that I do believe in a God, and now that during prayer, and this is purely faith-based, which is self-explanatory. During prayer, you know, when I feel as if I'm connecting to the Holy Spirit, I feel like that gives my life more worth than it did when I just lived for the reason, just because I was alive and because I have no purpose, really. I think my life's worth more now. No, that was perhaps a wrong thing to say. As if my life really only exists based out of pure. I'm not entirely sure where I'm going off straight here. Basically, what I'm trying to say is my life. I feel as if my life has more worth now that I believe in a God than it did before I denied the existence of a God.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have too much else to say regarding that question anyway.
And that's fine. You don't need to say anything more.
Yeah.
Maybe Thrayle had another question.
Yes. Any more questions or?
Not for the moment. Adam, I appreciate you coming up.
Yes.
I would like to ask more questions, but I feel like it's...
Yeah, thank you very much.
Maybe another time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Adam. Good luck.
Really quick,
Thanks for
before I
talking.
do let you go, Adam, one more piece of food for thought. 9-volt battery for your smoke detector would be really cool.
Yeah.
and help you and anybody else you live with, you know, be protected from a fire. But I really do appreciate you.
Good luck, Adam. Hope you find your Eve. Shit. Good guest. I thought it went well. W's Adam. Yeah, me too, Claire. 75. Are you okay, Thrayle?
Oh yeah, great. Just double checking the poem. I think it is about that time.
Then this night?
Yeah.
So there's
a feeling about now.
Do you have any guests in queue?
Oh yeah, plenty of people went up, but I think I'm done. I think I have hit my wall. I got a poem ready.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you, Sebastian. Thank you for coming up and asking questions.
Always a good time.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hope we see you again tonight. But Happy New Year
Absolutely.
to you. And thank you all for being here, for being the best audience on TikTok, for asking great questions. For tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for falling asleep, for being amazing, for being here. Happy New Year to all of you. Thank you to everybody who rang it in with us. I hope that we have a whole year more of asking questions together, or more. But yeah, I think if you do want to join this community, I feel like I'm falling asleep just sitting here. If you do want to join this community, there's a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. It's that first link. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. And if you can agree to the rules, well, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across that Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated, and I truly thank all of you who help that way. It does make all the difference. If I didn't already thank the mods, I think this is the best time to point out that they are some of the greatest people, patient, understanding, and really the ones who deserve all the responsibility for, well, not the responsibility, the praise and the thanks for how respectful and how wonderful this chat is. So thank you. Thank you all. I think there's really only one thing left. They speak of a single word that shaped the void, a breath that chose the dark and called it day. But why must chaos first be unemployed before meaning's allowed to stay? If truth begins with sound or sign, why does it fracture into yours and mine? Some say the self dissolves like mist at dawn, that clinging is the root of every ache. Yet if the watcher's lost when self is gone, who learns from the surrender we must make? If all is passing, light and brief, why does compassion fall from belief? I hear of forces flowing through the air, intentions tuning fate. Chance ignore the ones who care, and bless the cruel with effortless things. If will alone could bend the real, why does the world refuse to feel? Old gods arrive with myths that never age. New spirits hum in language vague and soft. Both ask for trust before they take the stage. Both promise answers where there's not. Is certainty the sacred prize, or just the mask that claims your eyes? We scan the sky for watchers passing by, or patterns ancient texts might rearrange. Yet why do answers always crystallize exactly where our hopes remain unchanged? When meaning fits too cleanly our hand? Is that discovery or your own demand? Here we are, where one more cycle gently turns, where questions loosen yesterday's design. No doors are closed, no answers burned, just space and time, enough to realign. If there's a resolution worth its name, it's always posing questions to the frame. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. I love you all. Take care.